Hola, UP, everybody! Hello! Oh my! I made it just in time today for the usual hour that I stream. Ah! And my cat is here too! Everybody is on time today! Yay! And I have no glitches. That's also great. The last two streams I had to struggle with a malfunctioning mouse pointer. So it's nice that it didn't happen this time. Okay. So, everybody, my honey bunnies, today we are continuing Umineko, like I promised. And before I start, I want to make something clear, or more like just give a heads up. Some of you might have noticed I switched my chat to followers only starting 1 week. Because of the recent raid problems and the like, and the bot problems, which I got found by one bot already, which I blocked. I haven't gotten any raids, but I have my raid set so that I can only get them from friends. So I hope nothing happens. So for anybody who's watching today and can't seem to chat, like new followers, that's the reason why. It's because I set it to followers only chat of minimum of 1 week. And yeah. I hope you guys don't mind, but maybe if Twitch starts to like actually take measures with the problem, I might revert everything back to normal. In worst case scenario, I will strengthen the defenses, or I will start streaming on YouTube. Who knows? But okay, enough about that. We will continue with Legend of the Golden Witch, Chapter 1. And let's load from where we left off. Hi! Hi! I hope you're doing well. So, a Twitch está aparecendo no YouTube, está fazendo as coisas com a bunda. Yeah! Mas é mesmo! Alright, a quick recap for those who weren't here last time or haven't seen the VOD that I uploaded, or the VOD that is on Twitch. Last time on Umineko, Rosa beat the shit out of Maria because her rose disappeared. So you saw me rage. Then the adults were freaking out about a letter from Beatrice, allegedly. Some are theorizing that Beatrice is not real, that someone was disguising as her, and that, you know, someone is trying to fool them into thinking there's a 19th person on this island. And finally, I was about to say the kids, but not necessarily. The children went back to the guest house instead of staying in the normal mansion. And Shannon just split off from George to look at their schedule. And this is where we left off last time. Oh yeah, by the way, Rudolph also came into Battler and Kyrie theorizing what the hell is going on with the letter and whatnot. And, well, Rudolph came in just saying, hey, I might die, so I'm gonna go fix my makeup. My current theory is Rudolph will in fact die tonight, or he is the killer. But, yeah. Let's get to it, shall we? Alright. Oh. Oh, the two furnitures are here. Let's go!
今夜のシフトはどうなっているのでしょうか。
クラウス様の命令があってね。シフトの大掛かりな変更があったんだよ。
Sizable changes to the shift schedule, like right now?
うん。ゴーダがお屋敷の深夜勤に変更になった。
Golda-san. Alright, so...
シャノンとカノンはゲストハウスの深夜勤。私と熊沢はゲスト
My
ハウ
God,
ス
I
に
took a
泊ま
second
るよう
dose
に
of the
と
vaccine and I'm
命
feeling dead inside. Oh no, I feel that. I was dead for 3 days straight. Tengu! Yay! Sadly, no Tengus in Umineko yet. But maybe next time. I hope we see some crows though, at least. Okay, let's see. Kumasawa and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house.
お前
Alright.
も今夜はこのままこちらにとどまるようたった今電話があった
A phone call came. From whom?
ずいぶん大掛かりな変更ですね。
This is very suspicious.
お屋敷とゲストハウスの当番がまるっきり逆になってるじゃないですか。
Originally, Shannon and Kanon had been assigned the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house where all of the relatives were staying had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Yes, as seen by his lovely butt chin and his terrible puns. Or terrible jokes, whatever they were. I hear crows outside my home too. That's nice. I have crows nearby my house as well. Quite a few of them at least. Okay. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. Kraus? Kraus did? Okay, so I'm suspecting both Rudolph and Kraus right now. Because another thing that I forgot to mention on the recap is Kraus this whole time has been like acting that the gold, Kinzo's gold and Beatrice's gold is fake. But it turns out that he has one ingot in a secret room. He showed it to Natsuhi, like, and treated his wife like shit, as usual. And he looks hell-bent in keeping this a secret. So Rudolph and Kraus might be culprits or might be trying to kill each other. Let's see. Shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house. I don't think Genji likes that. He wants to be near Kinzo, right?
ベアトリーチ様の手紙のせいだろうね。
It's probably because of Beatrice-sama's letter. Yeah.
多分ってどうして？
あんな怪しげな手紙が現れたら、クラウス様が僕たちを疑うのは当然だからね。
Hello! Hello, hello! Hope you're doing well. I just started, so you didn't miss much. Aside of Kraus' call to change the schedule of the servants,
親方様直属の僕たちを
and I'm starting to have suspicions.
親族会議の席から遠ざけたかったんだろうよ。
Okay, Genji, Shannon, and Kanon were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Why Shannon and Kanon, though? I'm wondering. Shannon, I can't even imagine she has a big secret under her, considering how her bio says Shannon is just a pen name, like a nickname, and not her real name, so let's see. Kanon, though, is a curiosity. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Shannon looks like Iroha Mama. Yes, she does, now that you mention it, just with more clothes. Since only Kinzo held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. I see. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. The sun shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that had caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of their inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion.
ではすまんが、私は向こうでくつろがせてもらう。
Yes.
もし何かあったらすぐに呼ぶよう。
If anything happens, call me immediately.
今夜のお客様は特別だ。
A special case and in bold. Oh. This means something.
かしこまりました源氏様
Genji nodded back, went behind the screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension.
今お戻りになられたのはお子様方
The way I just imagine Genji taking off his jacket and then just flopping over in one frame, like down onto the floor, like BAM! The ones who just returned now, were they children? Okay.
親族の方々はお屋敷で会議を。だいぶ長引きそうな雰囲気だったかな。
Oh, is this when the murder happens?
なら気楽だねこれ以上の深夜になってしかもこの天気多分親族の皆さんはお屋敷の方のお部屋にお泊まりさ
多分ね。源氏様がいないから言うけど、ゲストハウス行きになってちょっと嬉しかったかな。
Oh? Oh, me too, Canon.
意地悪な奥様やエヴァ様から離れられたから
Those bullies.
それとも別の理由があるのかい
By madam, does he mean Natsuhi?
別の
I
理由
mean,
なんか。
considering how Natsuhi acted around Shannon in the previous times I streamed, it did look like she had a resentment towards Shannon. But it could also be because she was irritable because of her headache, or what have
あり
you.
ません。
Oh wait, I think Kumasawa did drop like an exposition explaining how Shannon is not liked.
二人で深夜勤を頑張ろう
So by madam, he probably did mean Natsuhi.
よろしく姉さん
Nesan!
私ついさっきお子様方にお部屋で遊ばないかとお呼ばれしてて。
What we gonna play? Are we gonna play some Uno? Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Kanon uncertainly. Kanon didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister.
ダメだよ深夜勤を仰せつかってるそれに僕たち家具には遊びのお誘いは必要ない
That's where you're wrong, Kanon.
わかるね
そんなこと分かってます。
Kids sometimes like to play with furniture. I mean, haven't you played Animal Crossing? Haven't you tried to climb up a closet and like try to pretend you're a cat? Shannon's shoulder drooped slightly, sorry. She had already expected that Kanon, a stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Kanon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon. Is he like opening a rule book?
お子様方お待たせしてしまってるね深夜勤に当たってしまったからご一緒できないと謝ってこなきゃ行ってきなよ
私謝ってくるね。
Please do come back. I'm getting immediate like, I'll be right back, and then she won't be back, and I'm worried. Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flee out of the servant room after a quick bow. As he watched her go, Kanon took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen.
カノン私がここにいるからお前も行くといい
源氏様誘われたのはシャノンだけです僕は別に誘われては
その場にいなかったからお声をかけられなかっただけだ言えばお前も誘われている
Oh, that's nice.
たまには子供らしく遊んでくるといい
That's nice of Genji.
僕には必要ない子
I
で
didn't
す
expect him to say something like that.
人の子には遊びも必要でしょうが僕らは家具ですから
そうか
But Shannon, sometimes children want to play Animal Crossing. Maybe you can be the new furniture.
姉さんだって家具です人のふりをしたって後で苦しむだけなのに
That... Ow.
僕はそれが分かっているから人に近づきたくないだけなんです
What happened to Kanon for him to feel this way? I'm curious. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Shannon as well. Oh my god, cocoa. Genji, please serve me some cocoa as well, with some sugar. And some cookies.
そりゃ本当かよ
Are they playing Uno?
そりゃ知らなかったぜ
バカ、声が大きいぜ。マリアが起きちゃうだろ。
Battery was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. They were playing Uno! he got like a pull 4. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab, and he lowered his voice.
あ、いや、しかし言われてみれば確かにそれっぽい雰囲気はあったんだよな。
Battery, you dummy! You're not supposed to scream Uno! That way, not that loud.
なるほどな。ジョージの兄貴がな。
Oh, George isn't here? George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. I'm scared. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said that he'd forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back and get it. Okay, so at least they're together. Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together. Imagine murder with Uno. I mean, some people are capable of that. I mean, if I just screamed Uno and I got given like 2 plus 4s, I might become a Higurashi villain.
好きなものを聞いてきたり、趣味を聞いてきたりさ。単に関心を持つだけにしてはどうもなんて思ってたらよ。
そういや、昔っからジョージの兄貴はシャノンちゃんにやたらと優しかった気がするぜ。なるほどな。
What are they doing? I want to know. Please tell me at least you brought an umbrella, George. Okay. Oh! This is a new background.
天気予報によると今夜が一番ひどいみたい。
So you took Shannon out now?
明日いっぱいもやまないらしいけど、もう少しマシになるそうだよ。
そうですか。では、あさってまでは船は来られないかもしれませんね。
That's unfortunate.
ジョージ様の月曜日のお勤めに差し支えが出ないか心配です。
Unless within those 2 days we get some murder.
万一に備えて月曜日には予定を入れなかったから大
Playboy
丈
George.
夫。こう見えてもスケジュールは先読みできるタイプなんだ。
Are you? Really? You look like it, at least. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Aw. He's a good boy. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. He's proud of himself. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast.
さすが。やがては
We
会
have
社を
some
起こさ
happy
れる方
music.
はしっかりしていますね。
やっぱり会社を起こすというのは大変だね。お金とかそういうのだけじゃないものがとても大事だって。父さんのところで勉強していてわかるよ。会社を起こすということは城を持ち部下を率いるということ。
Owning a castle and leading your subordinates. Yeah, that's pretty much correct.
うちの父さんは秀吉って名前だ
Maybe
けあっ
that's
て
how Ichiban Kasuga sees his business as well. A castle with subordinates and pals.
会社経営の哲学をよくそこから語るんだ。知ってるかい？戦国最強の騎馬軍団と恐れられた武田信玄も最初は部下たちの結束がバラバラで統率力をまるで発揮できなかったんだそうだよ。
そうなんですか？なんだか意外ですね。
信玄は部下たちを結束させるため数々のリーダーシップを発揮してるんだよ。
George is a history buff, I see.
戦場で武功を立てた部下に対しすぐその場で報奨を与えたり
He likes oppa. Oh
普
god.
通こういうのは戦が終わってからまとめてやるものだからね。それを戦場の本陣の中にいながらまめにやり続け部下の武功を素早く評価しやる気につなげたというのは 非常に大きいことだよ。それから部下が病気で伏せった時には誰よりも早く駆けつけお見舞いをしたとかね。武田信玄は戦国最強の騎馬軍団を率いただけじゃない、戦国一の部下思いの人だったんだよ。
そんな方だから部下の皆さんもついてきてくれたんですね。
The truth was, Shannon had already heard this story several years ago. But whenever the discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue.
確かに資本主義の世界ではお金は力で石垣の高さでもある。でもね、戦も城も自分一人じゃ成り立たない。
That is true.
大勢の部下に支えられ、その力を借りて初めて成立するものなんだよ。
Hey, George, I hope you and your family pay your subordinates good wage.
それを理解してから父さんの背中を見ると、自分がいかに未熟で、父さんがどれほどの切磋琢磨をして今日を築き上げてきたかがよくわかるんだ。
ジョージ様はお父様のことをとても尊敬されているんですね。
I mean, his dad is a good guy. From everything I've seen so far, he's pretty comfy.
羨ましいです。
あ、ごめん。別にそういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだよ。
すみません。私も別にそういう意味で言ったつもりは。
The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Oh. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Fukuin House. Oh, okay. Under the guide of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled the chance for on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. Also, that's what it is. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names with the character on in them while they served. So Shannon, Kanon. So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for Kanon. All of the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them when Kanon called Shannon his sister. And while both Shannon and Kanon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the on character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. I'm curious if they'll show up sometime. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years, so after the same amount of time as what's it called, an Ausbildung? So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Training, yes. Working for full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a hard task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as servants under his direct control and have them work close to him. Oh boy, Shannon had to put up with this for 10 years.
もう勤めて10年近くになるんだっけ。だいぶお金も貯まったんじゃないかい？
どうでしょう。
Your sister used to like Umineko before. She doesn't like it anymore?
別
Oh,
に
okay.
私、買いたいものも特
Or
にあ
does
り
she
ま
still
せん
like
し、
it?
ほんの何百万かあったって、それで残りの人生を過ごせるわけもありませんし。
目標の額があってお勤めを続けてるわけじゃないのかい？
そうですね。私は このお屋敷以外に行くあてもありませんし、
That's
お嬢
sad.
様とも他の使用人の子たちとも仲良くやれてますし、
Milady is Natsuhi, I assume?
奥様には時折お叱
Okay,
りを
Madam
受けま
is
すけど、
is Natsuhi, but who's
お世
Milady?
話やお屋敷のお掃
Is
除
it
も
Kumasawa?
楽しいですし、
でも
She watches other anime
それ
now.
は
Oh, okay. I do know Umineko's anime isn't actually good. I did watch the first 4 episodes and it wasn't very well paced. At least in my opinion. That's the reason why I didn't finish watching it and why I decided to read the visual novels at some point.
さよちゃんの人生じゃない。
Sayo? Sayo? Is that her name?
えっと
Shannon cast her eyes downward when she heard her real name. Her real name is Sayo! See? This is one of those things I didn't know from seeing the original anime first 4 episodes. I'm so glad that I decided to read the visual novels. Shannon cast her eyes downward when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent.
僕は成人し、社会人になってからも勉強して分かったことがある。子供の頃、僕らが思っていたほど人生は単調で短くないんだ。
All school-aged kids have certain fears they can't shake. Oh yeah. Like my fear of snakes. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day, spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of the eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. Oh boy, those were the worst shells of my life. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating and boring world, and sometimes very mean, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities.
君の人生はまだシャノンという殻の中でしかないんだ。君は自分の人生がこの生活のままずっと続いていくと勘違いしてるんじゃないかな。
Is it?
それは
It might. Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle. And since she never had any hope or goals for changing herself, she'd lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected.
ジョージ様、
Yes?
私はこのままでいてはいけないのでしょうか。
I mean...
いけないよ。あ、それから今、ルール違反が一つあったね。
one of our rules? George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed. Oh?
僕たちしかいないときは、様はなしの約束だよ。
Oh? Oh? Are they close? Oh, are they very close?
ですが、ご命令でしたら聞かないわけにはいきません。
Oh,
私は家具ですから。
no!
じゃあ、命令だよ。
はい、かしこまりました。ジョージさん。
As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time following with the sun.
それでいいよ、さやちゃん。
Oh, he calls her by her real name! Ah! George smiled at Shannon, no, Sayo, to praise her small act of bravery. The short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Oh! Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. Oh my god, this is so romantic! The music is fading out. Don't jump scare me, please. Oh!
そうだ。君に見せたいものがあって。
George. The sprite is making me feel a bit uneasy without the music.
何でしょうか。
George, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Oh, watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. Oh God, please, not a knife. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box. No! No way! A small box covered in a deep blue velvet. Oh my god, is it happening? That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. A knife! No, I'm kidding. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this was what he'd been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take.
これを君に受け取ってほしいんだ。
Shannon, I want to honor you with my personal butt plug.
このような高価なものは受け取りできません。
受け取れない。
What?
いえ、こんなもの私には過ぎていて。
さよ、これはお願いじゃない。命令だよ。
Are you?
この指輪を受け取って。
It's a ring!
ね。
命令では従わなくてはなりません。
うん、そうだね。いい子だよ。
George is 18, right? Or like 19? I forgot. Sorry, my mother called and you know how it is. Yeah, I have a better time with her. But also look at the CG! Oh my god! Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. That ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman under special circumstances. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Sayo's own will.
だから、ここからはもう命令じゃない。さよ、明日までに言葉でない形で返事がもらいたい。わかるね。
I can't! She deserves it! Happiness!
もうこれ以上は命令じゃないから、僕は君に命令はしない。でも、指輪は指にするものだからね。気に入ってくれたなら、好きな指につけてくれればいい。
Oh! Shannon had only pretended not to know. She already understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life.
もうこんな時間だね。今夜はこれくらいにしよう。
George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly. It's happening!
左手につけてほしいと命令することもできるかもしれない。君も命令されればそれに従えるという臆病な甘えがあるかもしれない。
But the first thing when I came back was you talking about a plug. Well, see, George opened the box and took out something from it, and I wanted to be funny. But then I was like, wait a minute, is George 18? I hope I didn't make an inappropriate joke.
でも最後のここだけは。
But no, it turned out to be a ring.
さよの意志でし
A
てもらいたいんだ。
normal ring.
わかるね。だからそれが命令。今夜よく考えて明日その返事を見せてほしい。
Shannon nodded back. Today was a culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon.
そろそろゲストハウスに戻ろうか。
We should be getting back to this
これ以
guest
上
house.
遅いとみんなを心配させちゃうよ。
すみません。その、お屋敷に用を思い出しまして、お屋敷へ行かねばなりません。
こんな時間に
Wait,
本当かな。
why do you have to go back to the mansion? Your night shift is elsewhere, isn't it? George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. Okay, that's understandable. So because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it. Oh dear. She's gonna think about it. I hope she puts on the ring. Shannon, I haven't seen enough of George and Shannon to be like, oh my god, I shipped them. They are cute from what I see. But I'm happy for Shannon, you know? She deserves to be happy. With someone who actually appreciates her and doesn't like reprimand her at every second. Every little mistake she does. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. A mixture of exhalation and uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Oh, so they were in the mansion after all, so I got confused. Inside, Goda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened.
源氏様より、郷田さんのお手伝いにつくように言われてまいりました。
ああ、そうですか。それは助かります。そろそろ戸締まりの見回りに行きたかったのですが、ここを開けてもいいものか困っていたのです。何しろ、旦那様方の会合はまだだいぶ続きそうですからね。
Yeah, I think they might have other plans other than actually discussing.
いつ何時お茶のご用命があるかもわかりませんし。
I think they might order for something else.
では、どうしましょうか。私が留守番を。
No, but you should get to safety.
ではシャノンさん、申し訳ありませんが、お屋敷内の見回りをお願いします。私はここで親族の皆さんのご用命の待機をしておりますので。
Alright.
はい。
Shannon, go out patrol. I have to finish my crossword puzzle. Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. I hope they take you! Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having it until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Kenji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down. So maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. Are you gonna put on the ring? She began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. I have a bad feeling about this. Someone was speaking at a great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. The second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion until yet another person interrupted. Sounded like Klaus, that kept on repeating. It was so that displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Klaus discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokujima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. No one had been in the habit of locking up at the Ushiromiya head family, at least not until Natsu had scolded them for being careless. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and she checked them one by one. The glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Oh! What's this? At the time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping at a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Shinomiya head family. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. Oh no! That was the story. Come to think of it, Kanun-kun once said he'd seen it with his own eyes. So he got sulky when I said he must imagine it and refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of thunder gave no answer. These long pauses are something. Okay, so I wonder how... if Beatrice is real, if they're gonna do something meta, or if we are getting something similar to like they do in Higurashi. Yes? Yes, Miss Beatrice? Do you need something from me? I am feeling a bit uneasy. Yes, Miss Beatrice? What is it? um, Please don't jump scare me. Oh, thank God! I thought I was about to see a jump scare. They're still discussing. But thank fuck I don't have to listen to them talk. We're skipping. Shannon looks uneasy. Gora looks like a little smug ass. BSS. Yes. Yes, Kumasawa is peacefully floating. Nanjo is in the darkness. For some reason. And George is happy with the others. Kinzo is still here. Is he sleeping on the chair like... Beatrice. And back to Beatrice. Yes, milady. Achievement unlocked. 24 hours. So it's midnight now, I take it. Ooh. Eye catch. Okay, so zooming into the Beatrice picture like this made me feel really uneasy. Alright, so we are past the first day and night. The first twilight. Now it's day 2. Grandpa Kinzo, yes. The second day, October 5th, 1986. Oh. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night. But the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd been letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. Well, that sucks. Kanon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going through from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relatives' stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Kano thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an entire day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. Whoop! The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Kano sighed. The two headed to the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Koda and prepare breakfast. Koda was such a perfectionist that he had already woken up and was probably already preparing breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. The Ushiromiya family mansion was the only thing on Rokkenjima, so in the past, they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsu had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift. This task had been given to Genji and Kanon so that Koda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep.
では、朝の仕事を始めよう。
Alrighty!
はい。
The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness, and though it was still trapped in previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Kanon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Koda's prized cooking.
おはようございます。
Oh? He tried to greet Koda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Koda was nowhere to be seen. Uh-oh. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold, without any trace of fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Koda had overslept. Even servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's a part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices, smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong. Kano took the receiver off the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number of the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. He couldn't hear the characteristic sound of a dial tone. Kano tried picking up the receiver again, but even so he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Uh-oh. Could the lightning last night have damaged the machine, breaking the extension line? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Kano fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave a try to wake Koda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. Gotta go fast! Nyum! How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up the ceiling? The vague sense of awakening was part of Natsu's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly, and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. To Natsu, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her headache wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace. So when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsuki's face. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. Natsu gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. Yeah, I'd want to be in my room all day if I had siblings and husband like that, who turned out to be lying to her all their marriage. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave the room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm, which Natsu had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel magic, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful.
ジェシカのおかげで少しはゆっくり眠れたということかしら。
Oh, yes, please do thank her. Then Natsu remembered. That's right, last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsu opened a drawer on her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Sorry, staying hydrated. Inside there were many small objects that Natsu had brought Inside there were many small objects that Natsu had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, she pulled out the red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion's keychain. She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it specifically by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been disturbed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsu returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as he was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed through the room.
はい。
おはようございます、奥様。源氏でございます。
He's very polite.
早朝から申し訳ございません。
今行きます。何事ですか？
No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to awake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast. Something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsu took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever troubles she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsu tentatively responded.
おはようございます。何かありましたか？
申し訳ございません。昨夜の落雷で電話機器に故障が出たようです。内線電話が不通になっておりますもので、直接のお伺いになってしまったことをお許しください。
内線電話が普通？それは面倒になりましたね。修理は可能ですか？
I wonder.
残念ながら故障箇所がわかりません。後で業者を呼んで修理させたいと思います。
An
とい
expert?
うことは、
Like who?
この台風が過ぎるまでは修理不能ということですか？
Oh, I believe... Okay, so here's my theory. I think someone destroyed the telephone line, like broke the extension on purpose to... Like, this is the usual code for murder mysteries, right? Like, cut off contact, isolate people,
つまり、客人たちの滞在中は
and wait
ずっと
for
普
the
通という
perfect
こと
weather
ですね。
condition, right? How to call an expert if the phone isn't working. Exactly. That's another thing. Genji probably was planning into getting into a boat and then going to the mainland and then asking, hey, we need an expert to fix the phone line. But I don't think the lightning broke it.
客人たちのお世話に支障は？
出ないよう最善を尽くします。
結構です。粗相のないようよろしく頼みます。
Genji is a reliable man. Natsu let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. You should be. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Eva. Natsu gave her head a light shake.
朝食の準備は順調ですか？
それがゴーダの姿が見えません。
I have a bad feeling about
朝
this.
食の支度もまだ行われておらず。
Koda, where did you go?
なんですって？
Natsu was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phone's not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time, then come to something like this when the relatives were revisiting? Natsu put her hand to her forehead and shook her head.
大方朝寝坊でもしているのでしょう。とにかく誰でもいいから急いで朝食の準備を。
Natsu exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. It was an unpleasant sight, as though someone had dipped their fingers into a reddish-black liquid and scratched at the door around the doorknob. Oh, okay. It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands. Okay.
これは
Well, I suppose Goda is dead.
悪趣味な。
Maybe he wanted to see you and he couldn't get the door open. I guess Goda is dead. That would explain why he's not here.
後ほど清掃いたします。
Don't, that's evidence.
大方
Don't clean it, that's evidence.
趣味の悪い客人の冗談でしょう。
No!
不愉快です。実に不愉快です。
Who in the world will put such a childish and disgusting prank? Ma'am, I think it's more than a prank. Natsu had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. The proof is right there! So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Oh my god. Natsu gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off the parlor with a squeak of her heels. But, ma'am, that's evidence! Don't do that! When Natsu and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there. Only
お
you
はよう
two?
ございます、皆さん。
おはよう夏日さん。朝食も合田さんが作るっちゅう話やないか。朝から胃袋が大喜びで騒ぎっぱなしなんや。
Oh no.
本家の楽しみは食事くらいがせいぜいですものね。
Well, depending how Goda was killed, maybe you'll have him for breakfast.
エヴァさんも朝からご機嫌がよろしいようで何よりです。
With a wary expression, Natsu returned Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Kanon jogged in. Hello! After bowing an apology to relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice.
カノン、ゴーダはまだ見つからないのですか？
申し訳ございません、奥様。お屋敷内もゲストハウスも回ったのですが、まだ。
Yeah, he's probably dead!
一体どこへ行ったというのです？
Alright, first bet. Goda is the first
とりあえ
victim.
ず今はゴーダより朝食の準備が先決です。至急対応しなさい。
はい。
Well, I can't cook, but I'll do it. Kanon glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the words should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself. Okay. Yeah, we found Goda but dead.
ゴーダだけではありません。旦那様の姿もありません。
Kraus is okay. I assume he and Rudolph got into a fist fight and killed each other. Or one of them died.
主人が？
はい。
Yes.
奥様より先に旦那様に朝食の準備がないことをご報告しようと思い。
Alright, so we have two
真相
missing
を
people
お
by
伺いした
now.
のですが、それから旦那様だけではありません。
Please don't say
ル
Shannon.
ドルフ様ご夫妻とローザ様のお姿もありません。
Rudolph? Okay, Rudolph said that he was gonna die that night, so my assumption is he got into a scuffle? And Rosa are not there
ゲスト
too.
ハウスに
Good!
屋敷にもですか？
はい。ゲストハウスの部屋にもおられません。
When she'd heard that Koda alone was missing, she'd assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she'd learned that several of their relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Could last night's family conference have continued all night up until the present moment? Maybe. If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room, going out for walks on their own through the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Carls would say. Koda probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. My assumption is the blood on Natsu's door was from someone and there was a massacre last night. Koda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that the preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsu. She remembered the illusions he'd felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, weary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on.
大方、庭園のどこか、あるいは海岸の方で相も変わらず遺産の話を繰り返しているのでしょう。
What, during a
とに
typhoon?
かく、ゴーダを呼び戻さなくては、いつまでも朝食の準備が整いません。
ってことはなんや、兄さんたちの話し合いはまだ続いとるんか。
Everyone's gonna be like, no fucking way, and they left me out? She had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsu and managed to grasp the situation.
兄さんもルドルフもタフね。ローザの場合は若さかしら。
I mean...
私たち、夕べの24時過ぎにはもう眠くてベッドに戻らせてもらったんだけど、確かにあの時点でも、まだ兄さんたちは熱論を交わしてたわ。
Also, Eva left mid-conversation. Both of them were like, you know what? I'm done. Natsu snorted, her face still blank.
カノン、表を探してらっしゃい。ゴーダを見つけたら、すぐに戻って朝食の準備をするよう伝えなさい。
かしこまりました。
夏日姉さん、表とは限らないわよ。
I mean...
お父様の書斎ってことはないかしら？
That's also a possibility. Maybe they went into the study and they're there, but dead. Along with Kinzo.
お父さんの主催に場所を移してお父さんにも混じってもらって議論を続けてるっちゅう可能性は十分あるやろ。
Unless they broke in?
そのような汚らわしい話題を好んでお父様が書斎へ招き入れることなど考えられません。
Yeah, the Nazi is on the same page here.
あらそう。
Maybe they just forced it open?
じゃあ仕方ないわね。源氏さんとカノン君は申し訳ないけど外を探してきてちょうだい。確かに兄さんなら頭を冷やすために外を散歩しようなんて言い出しても不思議はないわ。たとえこんな天気でもね。私はお父様の書斎に行ってくるわ。ひょっとするとそこにいるかもしれないしね。客人であるエヴァさんにそこまでのご足労はおかけできません。私が行ってきます。朝のご挨拶も兼ねて。あら、じゃあお願いするわね。でも朝の挨拶を交わしてくれるかは疑わしいわね。
Being already passive aggressive in the morning, I see.
よろしかったかしら？仲が良いかは分かりかねますが、後宮家の跡継ぎの妻を許されるだけの信頼を得ていると確信しています。
Oh, what makes you so sure? I'm very curious.
なら、きっと返事くらいはしてくれるわね。
Damn, Eva.
お父様とは朝食くらいご一緒したいの。ぜひ降りてきてくださるよう説得してくれないかしら？
Nah.
私たちはすっかり嫌われちゃってるみたいだけど、そこまで信頼を得ている夏日姉さんの言うことなら聞いてくれそうですもの。そこまで短歌を切ってお父様を説得できず信頼を得ているなんて二度と言えないかもね。
Oh man, Eva, please.
自信はありませんが努力はします。
Natsu responded looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Eva was clearly mocking her, confident that Natsuki wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to calm down. I mean, who can? Even so, Natsuki would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuki clench her fists slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder. What's up?
奥様、よろしければこれをお持ちください。
Which is? Genji handed Natsuki a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. Oh man! Genji is on the Natsuki team! The study had an auto lock and could be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door.
でもこの鍵を使ったらあなたも咎めを受けるのではありませんか
maybe Genji will be like, she stole it from me.
親方様は深くお休みになられている時、それに親方様にお部屋を出ていただくよう説得するには、
Oh man.
ぜひお使いください。
源氏
Until now, Natsuki had thought of Genji as cold servants who wouldn't do anything for her, since he worked directly under Kinzo. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then, Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Kanon. But as Natsuki watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering.
じゃあお父様を必ず連れてきてね息子のかわいい嫁の言うことですものきっと聞いてくれるわよ
She brings Kinzo, but he's like asleep or dead.
私たちは客人だからここでのんびりくつろがせてもらうわ
予算かえば口が過ぎるで。すまんが夏日姉さん、お父さんのことをよろしく頼むわ。
Without answering, Natsuki forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. Not palace, sorry. Oh, is it paddler time? After all that excitement from the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George, Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousin's room. More hydration. But Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was completely awake. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. Didn't find your mommy? Your shitty mommy? When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. Yes, just destroys him. Oh my god. After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to George Aniki's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening.
ありがとう、マリアちゃん。僕たちは夕べが遅かったから寝坊しちゃったのを。でも、もう少しだけ起こし方を優しくしてくれると完璧だったかな。
Just cut on each of their beds and like just beat them up like wake up!
もうすぐ7時なんだな。ま、確かにもう起きてもいい頃だぜ。
Oh, so it's before 7 a.m.? That's so early. But your mom stayed in the mansion.
部屋にいなかったの？もう起きてお屋敷の方に行っちゃったのかな。いない
Oh yeah, Maria fell asleep before she was told that the adults slept in the mansion. Maria kept groaning ooh ooh and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. Oh, so she's mad because she's probably being thrown off her routine, right? If you could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Autumn Rosa was, except that she wasn't here. There.
どうせ朝食に行くことになるんだし、屋敷の方に行こうぜ。
そうだな。マリア、一緒に屋敷へ行こうぜ。きっとローザおばさんもそこさ。
おお、ママはお屋敷なら行く。おお。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Rosa went to bed in the mansion.
多分親たちは
And
もう
considering
向
that
こう
she
に行ってるんだ
disappeared, I assume she got involved in the scuffle. Maria regained her usual composure, so completely her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not wake him. If she went back downstairs and said something like that, Eva would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Eva aside, it was problematic that Kenzo had stayed shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him by myself. Natsuki readied herself and used the key that she'd borrowed from Genji to open the door, and saw a bunch of corpses! What is inside? Tell me. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into the one's brains as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsuki entered the room quietly. He's there! He's awake! When she did, Kento was already awake and looking down on the window. Get out! Get out! He might get angry! I broke in! Kenzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm, and Natsuki was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if she was in a good mood. If he was in a good mood. Natsuki wasn't able to relax.
申し訳ございませんでした。源氏さんにお願いして、書斎の鍵をお借りさせていただきました。
ほう、源氏がか
I'm gonna slap him. How dare you?
我が友がそれに足ると思ったならば、話を聞かぬわけにもいくまい。
Please don't get mad.
して、私に何用か。
はい、もうじき朝食の準備が整いますが、ぜひお父様にもおいでいただきたく思いまして。
朝食はここで取る。いつものように運ばせるがいい。
しかしお父様。
Don't say but, just say yes, sir.
年に一度の親族会議です。
He doesn't want to see him. Let him be. Let him be. He'll yell at you. You'll get a headache.
下に降りて、私の死後、遺産をどのように食いちぎるのかを決める議論に加われというのか。
Yeah, just run.
そのような話は私を抜きで好きに進めるがいい。そしてそれが親族会議だというなら、私がこの部屋を出るほどの価値はない。私は忙しいのだ。叶うでない。
Yeah, he looks this close into going into full rage mode. Yeah. His last word carried His last word carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Yeah, I noticed. Natsuki realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. Yes, please leave. She didn't look forward to facing Eva's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsuki could do. And it's better facing Eva's sarcasm than his anger.
わかりました。みんな残念がるでしょうが、そう伝えます。
Natsuki decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, it felt like it came from an entirely different person. Oh?
夏日、後ろ宮の家に嫁ぎ、もう随分になるな。
Oh?
はい。後宮を名乗ることを許されてから、もう随分になります。
前の家が恋しくなることもあるか。
いいえ。
I wonder what you'll say.
成果を捨てることです。私は後宮夏日、帰る家も懐かしむ家も、すべてはこの後宮の家のみです。
Alright, so there's a 50-50 of the reaction I expect from Kinzo. She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Ushiromiya family name to herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushiromiya, leaving her to race about in vain.
クラウスが女で、お前がその夫であったなら、いや、それは言うまい。
Oh, are you going to imply you would actually like her as the next successor?
それはどういう意味ですか、お父様。
Natsu was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she'd suffered up to that point.
忘れよ。年寄りのざれ言だ。
Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsu couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart.
お父様、この夏日は血はつながらずともお父様の娘です。後宮家の名誉も栄光も、そしてお父様が残されたものもすべて、この夏日が必ずや守ってみせますから。
お前に片翼のわしをまとう資格はない。しかし、お前の心には確かに片翼のわしが刻まれている。
Yes, I'm liking this dialogue.
ならばお前は間違いなく我が血族で、後宮家の栄光を引き継ぐものだ。
Oh my god, I really like this
お前の
dialogue.
衣服にわしがないことを嘲笑う者もいよう。しかし、それに耳を貸すことはない。心にわしを持つ者だけが真の私の血族なのだ。お前を後宮家に迎えられたことを今は光栄に思っている。
This is wonderful. So, like, this is great. He appreciates more than his children. Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsu. However, Natsu couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago, when she had been just a child. Natsu bowed silently to his back and left the room. Maybe this is why Genji gave her the key. You know, Genji knows Kinzo better than anyone else. So the fact that he gave her the key might mean that he's aware that Kinzo holds no ill will to Natsu, right? So I don't think he'd give the key to anyone Kinzo would not want to see, right?
お父様の様子はどう？あんまり遅いから様子を見に来ちゃったのよ。
When Natsu left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsu would leave grudgingly after failing to convince Ninzo. However, the way Natsu was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently with the dignity of the one who would protect the Ushiromiya family's glory.
お父様は親族会議にはおいでにならないそうです。汚らわしい議題に関心はないと仰せです。
とかなんとか言っちゃって。お父様を説得できなかったんなら素直にそう言えばいいじゃない。
哀れですね。お父様が嘆かれるお気持ちも分かろうというものです。
Ooh, are we getting Eva roasting?
それはどういう意味よ?
Natsu did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Eva her back as she headed down her stairs. Yeah, let's go! Let's go! Power move! Eva finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsu's confidence, even though she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, make a motion as though scratching at it and following after Natsu.
それで兄さんたちはいたの？
No.
お父様に聞いたの？
聞きそびれましたが、書斎の中にはいませんでした。お父様が夫たちの下船な話のために入室を許すこともありえませんから、下に降りて使用人たちが探してくれるのを待ちましょう。朝食は遅れますが、お茶でもいかがです、エヴァさん。
別に結構よ。
Eva couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsu's attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Yeah! Unable to find fault with anything, Eva could only follow Natsu back to the parlor. Let's fucking go! She will no longer be bullied! When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Nanjo. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsu had returned.
主人たちはまだ見つからないのですか？
はい、申し訳ございません。あと、熊沢が朝食の準備に入りました。もう少し時間をいただきたいとのことです。
The clock read a little past 8. 8 should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host.
今、カノンが表を探しています。それから、シャノンの姿も。
No, 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 no! I don't like this!
シャノンまで？
No!
まったく、主人は何を従えて散歩に出かけたのですか？
Okay, wait a minute. I'm trying to remember which characters were shown on that slideshow before they showed Beatrice's painting. So it was Rudolph, Kraus, Shannon, Rosa, Kyrie. I think it was only them. Oh, and Kumasawa. I'm kind of scared. Does that mean that... Oh yeah, Goda was shown as well. Was that a way to show who was going to die that night? Just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was still large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, and as though the people here were the only ones left being left out of something interesting. I'm very worried now. At least that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Mari in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. Her children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came running towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before seeing who it belonged to that it was probably Kanon, not Cross and the rest.
奥様、失礼します。
その様子では見つけられなかったようですね。
申し訳ございません。まだ。
もう十分です。ご苦労かけました。
She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomach must be growling by now. They'd probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuki was thoroughly exasperated and starting to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way to search.
私はお客様方にお茶のご用意をしに厨房へ行きます。二人とも早朝からご苦労様でした。
Natsuki left the parlor acting as though the release in tension had caused a new surge in her headache. Kanon tried to call her back, but Natsuki left swiftly.
どうした？まだ何かあるのか？
はい、旦那様方のお姿を見つけることはできませんでしたが。
But?
その。
Kanon sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. I don't like this. Eva and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They probably picked up on something strange in Kanon's behavior.
どうしたんや、カノン君。クラウス兄さんたちは見つかったんか？
I think he might have found blood.
実はバラ庭園の倉庫の様子がおかしいのです。
様
Okay.
子がおかしいというのはどういう意味だ？
それが何と説明すればいいのか。
Kanon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you expect from his this usual fearless boy. Seeing this, Eba and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously.
どういうこと？倉庫の中に兄さんたちがいたんじゃないの？
いえ、中はこれから調べます。
Oh
そ
no!
の鍵を取りに戻ったところなのですが、
ようわからんが、とにかく中を調べればいいだけの話やないか。
Ay,
その
this
倉
is
庫の鍵
super
はどこにあ
spooky.
るんや？
Yeah, it is. I'm starting to get uneasy.
使用任室にあります。すぐに中を確かめましょう。
Oh boy. Oh boy. Kanon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor saying that he would go check, but then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usually fearless Kanon to hesitate? Is it blood? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Kanon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Kanon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, oh fuck, oh man, I'm worried. The Rose Garden storehouse was at a place that housed various tools to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Kanon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off limits for those. Oh, sorry, my cat jumped onto my display case and I got startled. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. So, what looks strange about it? Okay, so there's no blood. It was quite an old shed, and compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. And when Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji.
カノン君たちは早いな。
They run fast!
わしは心臓が爆発しそうや。
こんなところに倉庫なんか建ててたのね。
Well...
何よそれ。
What do you mean that? When Emma looked where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance of the storehouse was kind of a shutter. And there, everyone suddenly realized why Kanon had been unable to find words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it. What? There was something that looked like a strange dark red liquid? Mucus? Or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribable eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood, leaking from an open wound. Oh no, no more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood. In a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. Oh no, oh no. 2 circles were drawn there, and and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it didn't look like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters or possibly symbols. I think this was a magic circle. And... oh boy. Yeah, so... it has to be... so if there's murder inside, and someone drew this, the culprit has to be outside, and it has to be someone who knows about magic circles, right?
これいつ書かれたの？
昨日雨が降り出す前にここに来ましたが、その時には何も書かれてませんでした。
Oh no.
他の方々の目に触れる前に何とかしよう。ご覧になられたらご不快になられるだろう。
I have a bad feeling about this.
ただの
Open the
倉庫部屋と
shutter.
はいえ、こんな気持ち悪い落書きを1秒たりとも放置したくないわ。
倉庫の中に塗料もあります。応急処置でとりあえず塗り消して。
Oh boy, they're gonna open it and find corpses, aren't
天
they?
気のいい日に改めて塗装しましょう。
Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been... That's right, he had seen it on the door to Natsuki's room. Oh no! Oh shit!
さっさとこの落書きを消して戻りましょう。たとえ倉庫とはいえ、実家の落書きは本当に腹立たしいわ。
はい、すぐに済ませますので。
Open the shutter. Kanon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. Oh boy. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the stop as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, an ominous drawing disappeared from the direct gaze, and they breathed a sigh of relief. What? What was inside the shed? I want to know. Thanks to a kids program they came across, Mario was feeling much better. Battle and Jessica were poking fun at the kids show at every turn, cackling together. Is it Chargeman Ken? George was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. Nanjo sat on the sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. Oh, so Nanjo is here. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. Uh-oh. They were footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of 4 that had just left? It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. He had probably come dashing back from the outside dimension. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small, silent bow and quickly approached him.
Nanjo sensei, 申し訳ございません。至急お越しください。何事ですかな?
As Genji whispered something in Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale. Uh-oh. Corpses, isn't it? He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV, and the 2 of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsu, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsu's ear, and Natsu went pale too in apparent shock. Oh boy, it's corpses. Then leaving the serving cart where it was, the 3 of them dashed towards the entrance. Yeah, it's something bad. George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window.
なんだろう、源氏さんと南條先生と、あれは夏日おばさんかな。
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
何かあったのかな。
Yeah, looks like it. When Jessica and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance of the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter.
何か事故でもあったとか？
行ってみようぜ。俺たちだけのけ者なんて面白くねえしな。
Oh boy, Battler. If for some reason what Battler said sounded extremely indiscreet, but they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their appearance.
行ってみようぜ。何があったか気になるぜ。
Oh boy, oh boy. Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them.
おい、マリア。お前も来るか？
No?
それともテレビを見てるか？
If it's corpses. I mean, I assume it's corpses. I don't really remember this part from that last episode I watched.
僕たちだけで行こう。マリアちゃん、すぐ戻るからね。テレビを見て待ってるんだよ。
By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight, but Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden, and boy, the wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward.
Jessica, この先には何があるんだ?
確か園芸道具なんかの倉庫があったはずだぜ。
そんなところに一体何があるんだろうね。
Murder! Probably. Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsu was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head, and her back was facing them. There was Kenji, Nanjo, and Natsu, who had just left the mansion. The ones who had left earlier, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi were also there, making for a small crowd of people. But there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsu realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with her arms spread wide. Something bad happened. But despite that, no. Because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsu was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse, with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down, and right there was... Oh no! It's corpses, isn't it? Jessica's piercing shriek rang out, but that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Battler's and George's mouths as well. Murder! It's time! It's time for tomato! Eva spread her arms just like Natsu, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face. Georgie! When Natsu spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. That wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our views of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. Uh-oh. Oh, I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies, I'd seen it over and over again. Oh no! This was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in some of these sensational movies, right? That alone shouldn't... But that suit... It's that old bastard, isn't it? Oh, Rudolph died! I get it. Then it's Uncle Kraus. Oh wait, Uncle Kraus and Kiria-san and Aunt Rosa. Yeah! I did my best. Oh, the text box glitched. Oh boy. So they've been dead for a long time, haven't they? Oh no! Wait. When it rang at midnight... It was ringing at midnight when we saw all those pictures, so... I'm assuming all of them are dead. Oh shit. As far as I can tell by looking at the damaged area, there's a high probability that they were damaged after their death. Oh jeez. The question is, who's the culprit? Aunt Natsu caught Jessica in her arms, and Aunt Eva caught George Aniki, so I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. If only there had been someone there to catch me too, I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible, evil scene burned into my eyes. So much ketchup has spilled anywhere. Who spilled the tomato sauce? No, that's not it. It isn't that there is no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right there, aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools such as a saw. piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same, the corpses of several people had been laid to rest there. No, had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kirie-san, Uncle Kraus and old Rosa, beyond that, Golda-san and... Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me! I can't even count them on one hand. Damn it! I didn't know where it had been one of these gardening tools, which I, if used for something other than their intended purpose, could definitely be wielded with naked brutality. Or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway. Each one of the bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup. It was more like... Their faces had been proud. Oh god! Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't make even after death. Oh Jesus Christ. I couldn't tell where the eyes or noses were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed. Jesus wept. But their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were all torn up and laid bare. Oh god, that's brutal! That trendy makeup you always spend so much time on, even though your man isn't doing a thing right now. But not like this, right?
ここまでじゃねえだろ。ここまでひでえ目に遭わされるほどの悪党じゃなかっただろうがよ。だからキリエさんもさ、こんな男と付き合うのは
Oh jeez.
あんたまでそこまでの目に遭わされる理由は何もねえじゃねえかよ。
Their faces were absolutely destroyed.
顔がね。くそくそくそくそ。
Yikes.
バトラさん、これ以上見てはいかん。こんな姿をお父さんもお母さんもあんたに見せたいわけがない。
This is like 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors here of violence. Jesus.
お父さんとお母さんのためにもこれ以上見てはいかん。
死者ってのは安らかに眠る顔ってやつを拝ませてくれるんじゃねえのかよ。顔がねえんだよ。俺の親父とキリエさんの顔がねえんだよ。
Oh, their faces are just bolognese.
どういう顔して死んじまったのかそれすらもわかんねえんだよ。なんだよ俺は。親父たちのことを思い出すときはこのくちゃくちゃの化け物みてえな顔をいつも思い出せたのかよ。
Yeah, that's rough.
そいつは最高だぜ。クソ親父のニヤニヤとした顔を思い出さなくていいんだからよ。最高だぜ最高だぜ。でもよキリエさんの顔くらいはいいだろ。
Yeah, why Kirie? She didn't deserve it.
たまにはムカつくと思ったけどよ。ちょいとかっこいい俺の姉気分だったお人じゃねえかよ。こりゃねえよ。こんなのってねえよ。クロスおじさんなんかまだマシじゃねえか。顔面じゃなくて側面だぜ。
Oh, only half of his face.
顔半分は残ってるじゃねえかよ。まだマシだぜまだマシだぜ。
Yeah, not for Jessica.
よすんだバトラ君。もうよすんだ。もうよすんだ。
Oh god. George is the only one with his parents still there, right? Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. Oh god, I would too. It was as if... sorry, god, Jesus, I'm so shocked. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there, representing the feelings of everyone there. I screamed over and over. My fucking god. I got I'm pretty sure I've seen this in the first 4 episodes of the anime, but I didn't remember. What about Shannon though? Does she still have a bit of her face?
倒れているのはクラウスおじさん、ルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさんにローザおばさん。
I'd rather have Shannon be the culprit than dead.
5人。
Please say just 5.
いや、
It's 6.
6人
Fuck.
や。ここにもう一人おる。
Wait, you haven't counted Kumasawa-san yet, have you? Let me go back to the text. Golda. You forgot to count Kumasawa. Where is she? Please let it be Kumasawa and not Shannon, but I don't want Kumasawa to be dead either. Shit! The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountain range of objects in a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was, so George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turn out to be right.
じゃあ、お父さんの足元に倒れているのは
No. Please no.
シャノンなんだね。
Please no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
シャノンちゃんや。
No! Fuck! No! I wish I didn't want to remember watching Umineko. George fell completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before actually rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father.
シャノンも
Is she wearing
ク
the
ラウス
ring?
おじさんたちと同じなのかな。
Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Who would do this? Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state. No! Who would do that to sweet Shannon?
見てもいいかな。
No, 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 don't.
いや、あかん。
どうして？だって
Because her face is
もう二度とシャノン
destroyed.
の顔を見られないんだよ。
Yes, because it isn't there.
その最後どうして見たらいけないんだよ。
No, don't.
お前が最後にシャノンちゃんに会ったのは昨日か。
Wait, Kumasawa isn't there. Is she the culprit?
そのシャノンちゃんは
Kumasawa! If it was you, I won't forgive you!
どんな顔を見せたんや。
She was smiling. She was smiling.
素敵な笑顔だったよ。
Oh, no! Fuck. After he handed her the ring, she hesitated even though she must have already made up her mind. Fuck, I'm actually crying. Then she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let them see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind.
そうか。ならシャノン
Oh
ちゃん
god,
も
why is this fucking me up as bad as it
そ
is?
の笑顔をお前に残したいと願うはずや。
Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in front of his eye, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Jesus. My avatar is smiling, but I'm here. My face is in waterfalls right now, like in real life. Jesus, fuck. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hand over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation while still proving beyond a doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman and how brutish. And there, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes, as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Kanon. Kanon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. Good for you, Kanon! I'm here in stains! But that didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative.
ジョージ、シャノンちゃんはきっとありがとう言ってるぞ。お前に恥ずかしいところを見られとうなかったんや。きっとお前が耐えてくれたこと感謝しとるで。
Oh god. I can't handle this right now.
分かってるよ、父さん。分かってるよ。
If they say she's wearing the ring, I don't think I'll be able to hold back anymore. I mean, I'm already crying, but Jesus Christ. George leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply.
父さん、頼みがあるんだ。
なんや。
No, no, don't ask about the ring, please. George, I'm already crying enough.
見てほしいんだ。シャノンは指に指輪をつけてるかな。
Fuck, 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 fuck.
ち
No!
ょいと見てみる。
Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Kanon silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands.
ああ、あるで。
No!
大靴ダイヤとちゃう。
Oh my
なかなかの
god!
値打ちもんや。
それはどっちの手のどの指にあるのかな。
I barely know these characters for a few hours within the first episode and I'm fucking crying and snotting all over the place.
左手の薬指や。
The last time I cried this hard, I took a few chapters to cry really hard in Higurashi. Like, I took the entirety until Meyakashi Hen and Tsumihoroboshi. That's like 20 episodes. I took 20 episodes to start crying for the Higurashi characters.
そっか。
This is within the first episode. I'm scared how the rest will be. I don't want to be crying as hard.
シャノンちゃん。
I'm gonna have to make new expressions for my avatar for I'm actually crying.
婚約しとったんか。
ジョージ、あなた、まさか。
エヴァ、今はそんなん関係ないで。
Don't, please don't
シ
roast
ャノ
him
ンちゃんは
now.
男に将来を約束されとったんや。一生を幸せにしちゃると男に言わせたんや。それが誰かは問題とちゃうで。男にそこまで言わしめて、女の本懐やないか。いつこの指輪をもらったんかは知らん。誰が渡したかも知らん。だが、それでも、シャノンちゃんは指輪をもらえたんや。そして、それを受け入れ、左の薬指に通したんや。
Oh my god. Oh, she
指輪を
accepted
送っ
it.
た男も、きっと喜んだんとちゃうか。
To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words. It was a yes.
そっか。
I cannot.
ありがとう、父さん。
George stood up. Traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm tone.
行こう。
Oh,
ジェシカちゃん、これ以上
fuck.
僕たちがここにいると大人の邪魔になる。
そうだな。
Jessica sniffed once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time. So he let her know she was okay now. When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual expression. Also, she still couldn't smile.
バトラー、しっかり。
I'm gonna have to go pick up tissues later. Butler kept on crouching in front of his parents' body.
すまねえな。がっ すり泣いたら落ち着いたぜ。親父の野郎。普段はクソクソ言ってるくせに、ちょっと死んじまったくらいでピーピー泣くんじゃねえぜって、笑ってやがれ。
I want to know who the culprit is. Did the game
親が
freeze?
死んだら
Okay.
泣くように、遺伝子すり込まれちまってたからよ。
Battler's face was still bright red from the tears, but he had at least recovered enough to a fake smile, if only a bitter one.
カノン、
Oh my god, this fucked me up so bad. I like, okay, George, I do like him, but I'm more invested in Shannon. I can imagine working 10 years in this mansion and finally you are able to go to find love, get engaged and get out of this hell life, and immediately within the same night you get
お
butchered?
前もこれ以上ここ
I
にいてはいけ
can't.
ません。子供たちを
And she said, yes, I can't handle this. Natsu had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Battler's. I mean, your husband kinda sucked. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Canon those orders.
はい、奥様。
Canon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon. Fuck! And there was no life in his expression. No! He became actual furniture! No, but on an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden, Canon might have led the way. But now there was no distinction between Canon and the children. They were only now just kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuki started giving orders to Genji.
ケンジ、すぐに警察に連絡しなさい。
We don't have a phone.
台風が通り過ぎるまでは来られないでしょうが、どうすればいいか。
I appreciate the thought, Natsuki, but we don't have a phone.
わかりました。防災用の無線機がありますので、それで連絡します。
Oh, okay, we have an emergency radio. When you heard that, Natsuki remembered. That's right, the phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had the radio, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait.
ナチョ先生、もうこの場は。
I think what really killed me is the music, and the voice acting really pushed me over the edge.
残念ながら。
Because if I was reading this without sound and all, and if it was like purely manga, I don't think I would be crying at this moment.
何もできません。
Because to me, it's very difficult to evoke that reaction within me if I don't hear sound. Sound is what gets the most emotion from me. So yeah, music can make me cry, but voice acting normally is the key factor. Sometimes manga can make me cry though. Shaman King did. Shaman King made me cry a few times, and Silent Voice, the manga, made me cry many times. But the movie like pushed me way over the edge, so... Boy, to think I watched the first 4 episodes of Umineko and didn't cry even once, and now I'm here like dripping snot and tears without tissues. Ugh.
このような姿を晒すことは当人にとっても屈辱的でしょうか。
はい。
Genji picked up several dried up towels from inside the storehouse. Whenever stopped him with a shrill voice.
ちょっとちょっと、お待ちなさいよ。ここは犯行現場なんでしょ。なら変に手を加えちゃダメよ。私たちは混乱してて現場に土足で踏み入っちゃったけど、それはきっと警察の捜査の邪魔になったわよ。
That is true. She is right. Natsuki glared at Eva, offended. Objectively speaking, Eva was right. Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death. The simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Eva had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. Where's Kumasawa? They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that they might help catch the detestable culprit.
私もエヴァさんに賛成ですな。警察が来るまでここは手をつけずにしておくべきです。
Did I just blend out her name while they were naming her, or is she actually missing?
いかがなさいますか？
そうですね。
Like, okay, wait, let me count on my fingers. So we have... Oh, jeez. We had Rudolph, Kyrie, Kraus, Goda, Rosa, and Shannon. That's 6. So, okay, it wasn't just my impression. Kumasawa is in fact missing. Okay, give me a second. Not clear. Options. Not options. Fuck. No, that's not what I want. I want to see the Oh my god! What? The profiles are red? What? Oh. Oh. Oh, so the descriptions update when they die? Uh-oh. Okay. His corpse was found outside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head was smashed after his death. This is the beginning of everything. Oh, see? Kumasawa is still not mentioned. Kumasawa is not mentioned. I hope she's alive, but if that's the case, I think she's the culprit. Rudolph? His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after death. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. Ugh. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seemed to be smashed after her death. She was chosen by the demon's roulette. There's all there is to it. Is that it? Like, there was no motive. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. What is that sentence? I'm worried. Okay. Seems that the side of her head was smashed after the death. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Oh. How unfortunate. Apparently he was originally supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Okay, so Rosa's, Kyrie's, and Shannon's last sentence hints to me at something. Give me a second to save and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some tissues. I'll be right back. Good God. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to cry like that. It just came to me.
それから念のためここに別の施錠をするように。
別の施錠？
ええ、ここに来た時シャッターの鍵は閉じていました。ということはシャッターの鍵を使い犯人が施錠したということです。
Yes, correct.
確かに通りや。
Yeah, that makes sense.
じゃあここを開けた限り犯人の指紋が残ってるんとちゃうんか。
It's like first that if they weren't stupid.
警察に証拠として提出する価値は
I
あ
mean,
る
if
で
they
しょう
were
けど。
stupid and left their fingerprints, then yeah, you will find them.
カノン君が普通に持ってここを開けるのに使用しちゃったわ。多分カノン君の指紋も付着しちゃってるわよ。
Yes.
そしてその鍵はさっき源氏さんに手渡され、源氏さんも素手で受け取ってる。
Yeah, Eva is on top of
大した
things.
証拠にはなりそうにないわね。
But still take it.
それは不用心でした。申し訳ございません。
I mean, you couldn't expect there were corpses
この
inside.
倉庫の鍵は他にもあるんか？
いいえ、この一つだけです。
ということは犯人はその鍵を使用人室から持ち出し、そして律儀に元の場所に戻したちゅうことになるな。
He's suspecting Genji, isn't he? Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go all the way, why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? No, if you think about it even more deeply, there were some points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point of which it will be found, so they can use the time to escape. Six weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to the storehouse, and didn't to delay the discovery of the crime. Right, I actually wanted to look at Kumasawa's profile and I forgot. And yet the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter. Okay, wait, give me a second. I wanted to look at Kumasawa. Okay, there's nothing new. But I am assuming because she's not reddened out, she is somewhere. Kumasawa, if it was you, I will feel betrayed. Okay, and yet the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned the key to the shutter. Almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered.
とにかく一度は犯人が開け閉めをした施錠だけでは信用できません。
Anyway, we can put all our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before.
犯人の手からもこの場所を保護する意味で施錠を新たにしたいと言っているのです。
いい案だと思います。私も賛成です。
鍵はどうなさいますか？
私が持ちましょう。責任を持って警察に手渡します。
Natsu took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front of where they can attach your own lock, in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This wasn't one of those types. In the midst of the roar of thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there, ominously. With its closed shutters still covered in a blood-like creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the 6. Natsu putting the new lock on was mainly to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims.
さあ、行きましょう、南條先生。ご足労をありがとうございました。源氏は急いで警察に連絡を。
戻りましたらすぐに連絡します。
Shouldn't you for safety send someone with him? The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, booming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. Okay, so it's a few hours later. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids' TV program Maria was watching, and engrossed Maria's cackling voice? In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the TV. Okay, those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead and were trapped by a suffocating silence. At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look. But when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them again and immersed herself in the TV program. Good! The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Cannon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean that he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into empty space. Yeah, I think he broke. Like, emotionally broke. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, how it must have been the work of demons. Every now and then his mutterings produced a question directed at Nanjo. But the latter kept repeating in a calm, daughter-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene, and that until the police arrived they wouldn't learn anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. I mean, I would be scared. If we are really only 18 people in this island, this means the culprit is still among us. Among us? In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe that atmosphere was why she tried to rise the challenge and take charge. Natsu appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave the directions.
私はお父様のところへ行ってきます。
Oh.
源氏は急ぎ警察へ連絡を。
かしこまりました。
私も一緒させていただいていいかしら、夏日姉さん。
No,
クラウ
don't.
ス兄さんがいなくなった以上、お父様の補佐は私の仕事だもの。
Are you kidding me?
その私が夏日姉さんに任せっきりで、ここでくつろいでいるわけにはいかないわ。
Natsu was struck speechless by Egba's aggressive move in a situation like this. She seemed to be claiming that with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife, but herself, the next highly ranked in the family. You're kidding me. Or maybe she hadn't been at all happy when Natsu took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Eva's mind had been blank from a shock until a moment ago. She only came to her sense after Natsu started giving orders. She was like, "Not on this house! I'm the queen!"
お好きになさるといいでしょう。
Natsu started walking without saying a word more. Eva followed behind her. Sumasawa is here! As he did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. Was it you? She probably wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal conditions, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. But because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her. I'm glad that at least you're not dead.
奥様奥様
What now?
夏日姉さんならお父さんのところへ行ったで。すぐ戻ってくるやろ。どないしたんや、熊沢さん。
それが食堂に血が。
In the dining hall? The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be capable of handling yet another tragedy, so they all thought it. I hope I misheard that.
なんやて?
Wait.
食堂?
朝食の準備に食堂に配膳に行ったら
Oh no. Okay, so immediate brainstorming. We have 6 dead people. Kumasawa is dead. Are we missing anyone? The first one to start running was George. Is Kinzo dead? I hope not. The first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Okay, so my theory is that probably the dining hall, where all the adults were, was the actual scene of the crime, and the storehouse is only the place where the corpses were hidden. They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who have viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa had followed and pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to the terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. Yeah, this was probably the original scene of the crime.
だいぶ時間が経っているように見えますな。おそらく昨べ ここで殺されたんだと見ていい。
Yes, Nanjo is thinking the same as I.
そういうことになるんやろな。わしらは昨べずっと食堂で話し合いをしとった。そしてここに何者かが押し入ったに違いない。
父さんたちが打ち合わせを抜けて休んだのは何時だっけ？
昨夜の24時を少し過ぎたくらいの頃や。だからその後にと考えるんが妥当やろな。
Probably.
マジかよ。勘弁してくれよ。
お嬢様、しっかり。
Oh, so Milady is Jessica. Okay, understood.
俺はもうさっきの倉庫でこの世の地獄ってやつを拝んじまったから今。
そうかよ。よかったな。私は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだぜ。ここ
My heart is about to explode.
私は毎日ここで食事をして学校のことをぼやいたり宿題のことをぼやいたり親父に学校の成績の話をされたりそういうところなんだぜ。
お嬢様、これ以上ここにいるのはよくありません。
Yeah, let's
100万へ戻りましょう。
俺の同感さ。秀吉おじさん、この部屋は多分警察にとって重要な意味があると思います。
Yeah, so let's lock
俺
it.
たちが踏み荒らしちまうのはまずいんじゃないですか。
Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice as, along with Kanon, he grabbed the pail and shaking Jessica's shoulder.
バトラさんの言う通りですな。この部屋にこれ以上好んで居続けることはありますまい。
There's probably some evidence there. Nanjo spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something out of this world, at least then we'd been able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this tiny hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building of this estate, and as Jessica has said, it should have been one of the most calming places even inside the mansion. It was where all the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from that scene of that tragedy.
わしも同感や。この部屋には犯人の痕跡が残ってるかもわからんしな。素人のわしらがかき回すべきとちゃうで。はよ出るんや。はよはよ。
Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at the blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there all alone. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then Genji returned.
お、源氏さん、警察に連絡はつきましたか？
それが申し訳ございません。
Oh, the radio's broken, isn't it? What's up? Ah! I think the game
無
froze.
線機の故障か、それ以外の理由によるものかわかりませんが。
なんや、警察に連絡がつかんのか。
Yeah, I'm having...
電話も無線も
Yeah,
どっ
yeah,
ちも
yeah,
ダメなんか。
yeah. The culprit is still going and you guys are fucked.
申し訳ございません。
This isn't good.
月曜の朝に船が来ることになっていますので、その船の通信機を借りることができると思います。
How many days will we have
こ
to
の島
wait?
には船はないんか。新島の警察署までちょっくら行ってくることはできんのか。
I mean, in the typhoon.
秀吉さん、この天気では無理だ。少なくとも台風が通り過ぎるまではどうにもなりません。
Oh boy.
クラウス様のボートは今修理中で島にございません。ですので月曜の船を待つほかないかと。
Uh-oh.
そ
By
んな
Monday,
アホな
everybody
話
is
がある
dead.
か。6人も死んだんやで。そして電話も無線も通じず船もない。台風が過ぎて船が来るまで、つまり明日の朝まで わしらは警察にも連絡できず、この島におれっちゅうことなんか？
Yep.
ってことはつまり俺たちだけじゃなくおじさんたちを殺した犯人もこの島から出られず
Yeah.
足止めってことだな。
そういうことになるね。
But who is
み
it?
んなを殺した犯人はまだこの島にいる。
親父たちを殺した奴はこの島から逃げ出せずまだ潜んでやがるってことかよ。くそくそくそくそ、見つけ出してやるぜ。警察になんか引き渡すもんか。
Jessica? No.
私がこの手でやっ先にしてやる。
No, 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 chill. Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about.
ジェシカお姉ちゃん、誰か死んじゃったの？
The way she spoke was completely calm, just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Maria? Jessica probably didn't like that. As though trying to say, can't you tell just by looking at me overwhelmed with grief? She flared up at Maria.
死んじまったぜ。みんな私の親父もトトラの父さんと母さんもコウダさんもシャノンもそしてマリアの母さんも。
Uh-oh. Everyone's gonna be like,
Jessica,
Jessica, no!
悲しいのは君だけじゃない。
マリアさん、ショックだろうが聞いてください。あなたのお母さんがな、死んでしまいました。
ママが死んじゃった？
You seem awfully calm.
ああ、誰かに殺されちまった。悲しいだろうがよ。心をしっかり。
何人？
Maria?
死んじゃった？
Maria? Maria? What is happening?
6人だ。くそくそくそ、あんな残酷なことしやがって。踊ってもんがあるだろうがよ。人間ならよ、誰だか知らねえが犯人は人間じゃねえぜ。
Uh-oh.
血の色が赤いわけがねえ。
Oh boy. What's up?
犯人は人間じゃない。鍵が選んだ。生贄なだけ。
It just chosen by the whomst.
え？おい、マリア、今、なんて言った？
Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. She said something about key. When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Al-Nazi's loud voice coming from the entrance hall, from the parlor. Like Al-Nazi and Al-Eba had returned from the trip to see their grandfather. Not good, right?
無線でも連絡できない？こんな時に使えなくて何のための防災無線ですか？
申し訳ございません。毎年保守点検はさせているはずなのですが。
ほら、光をチカチカさせるみたいな船舶信号ってあるじゃない？
Oh?
そういうので向こうの島に連絡することはできないのかしら？
Oh?
そのような設備はございません。申し訳ございません。
Just then, Kumasawa arrived, pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. What, breakfast now? Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the Heine hall, Yoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor. Nobody wants to eat now.
ああ、夏日さん、それは後で話す。それよりエヴァ、お父さんはどうなんや？
Mad.
ご一緒でないところを見ると、このような事態になっても部屋から出ませんか？
Kinzo will be like, so?
いないわ。部屋は空っぽだったのよ。
Oh. Oh.
なんやって？
That was a sound?
こんな時にどこ行ったんや？
親方様が書斎を出られたというのですか？
So is Kinzo the culprit?
私も驚いています。
Or is he dead?
いつの間に部屋を出たのやら。
Oh no.
あなたたちに心当たりはないのですか？
Have you tried looking in front of Beatrice's painting? Maybe he's standing there. Natsu looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room. Have you looked in front of Beatrice's painting?
ご存知の通り、親方様はあの書斎の中に
Oh, so he had a
お休み
bathroom.
の場所からご不条まで、すべて親方様があの部屋をお出になることなど、よっぽどのことがない限り考えられません。
となると、なんや、そのよっぽどのことがあったって考えるのが自然だっちゅうことになるんか。
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。
Either he got killed or he is the killer.
とにかく気まぐれな方ですから。現状をご存知なく、お一人で散歩をされている可能性もあります。仮にそうだとしたら、一刻も早く現状をお知らせして、ご指示を仰がねばなりません。
そうね、考えたくはないけど、お父様の身に何かあったのかもしれないしね。
Oh no.
そのような不吉なことは考えたくもありません。
No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently the typhoon would leave tomorrow and the boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. The tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they lost all their composure. I'm still thinking that Rudolph was involved in this murder plot one way or another. Or he knew someone was up for murder. Because why would he go up to Kirie and Battler, told them he probably was gonna be dead that night, and Kirie knew something was wrong and chased after him, and what do you know? She died too. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. Some of them held their heads in their arms while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Rokkenjima. I don't have a clue who could be the culprit. I just feel like Rudolph has a bit more involvement in this murder. And Kraus possibly? But yay. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made, which felt dry and tasteless. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. Of course not. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa-san, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa-san had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Gora-san had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in Japanese style, which made them turn an unpleasant color. Well, as to what Gora-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Gora-san died, and the sour taste would fill inside my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course no one made such progress. Then we began pulling over our knowledge of our current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kirie-san, Aunt Rosa, Gora-san and Shannon-chan, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. And yet we still couldn't contact the police, since both the phones and the radio were unusable. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, who we might hope would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Gora-san hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty, and if he had just been taking a casual walk, he would have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. He died of hunger. There was more than a small chance he'd gotten caught up in this crime. According to my aunts, on their way back from Kinzo's study, they'd searched for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance had something to do with the crime. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe Grandfather has already been killed and dragged to some strange place which we simply haven't discovered yet. But Nazi saw him this morning. Huh. No one actually said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing.
私たちはお屋敷の戸締まりを確認してきます。お父様も念入りに探さなければなりません。子供たちはこの部屋を出ないように。エヴァさんと秀吉さんは申し訳ありませんが、ここで子供たちと一緒にいてください。南條先生もお願いいたします。
わかりました。ここでお待ちしています。
Wait, did Natsuhi lock the door after she left Kinzo's room? No, right? On Natsuhi followed the servants Kenji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Kanon-kun out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the four of us children, a total of 7 people.
みんなで仲良くテレビでも見て待ってよな。しかし日曜日の午前中はろくな番組やっとらへんな。
Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere.
ろくな番組見る見る。
お、そうか。マリアちゃんはテレビ見るか。じゃ、おじさんと一緒に見ような。
Mari was the only one who joined in. Even though Mari had been told her mother's dead, she didn't show the slightest weaker in her emotion. Probably because her mom sucked. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Mari to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas.
兄貴、聞いていいか？
なんだい？
さっき倉庫で兄貴はシャノンちゃんの指輪の話をしたよな。
Why are you dredging that up?
あれ、送ったのは兄貴か
？George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response.
よせよパトラ、少しは察しろよ。
だな、悪いことを聞いたぜ。
Yeah, right. Let the man grieve. Stop.
僕だよ。
Don't make me cry again.
昨べ求婚したんだ。その時指輪を渡した。明日になったらそれを好きな指にはめて返事としてくれって。気ざったらしいことを言ってね。
And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon-chan's left hand.
私さ、数年前からシャドウに相談を受けてたぜ。ジョージ兄さんのことでさ。
No!
なんて言ってたのかな。
シャノンは嘘をつくのが下手だったからよ。ジョージ兄さんのことを言ってるのはすぐにバレバレでさ。自分は使用人の身分だけど親しくしてもいいのだろうかとか。
Oh my
男の
god.
人の好きそうなものは何かとか、どういう服を着たら喜ぶかとか、そんなことをいろいろとさ。
Oh my god.
なんつうのか、
それが婚約指輪を渡されておしまいかよ。
価値
Yeah.
観は人それぞれだけどよ、男から求婚されるってのは人生の到達点なんだと思うんだよ。だからきっと昨夜のシャノンは心の底から
I can't imagine.
生まれてから今までの中で一番幸せだったと思うぜ。
She didn't deserve this. George Aniki sighed deeply without raising his head. Or maybe tears had risen to his eyes. I would cry
シャノンは夕
too.
べゲストハウスの当番だったらしいんだ。でもシャノンは僕と一緒にゲストハウスお屋敷に行ってしまった。
シャノンの気持ちを察しろよ。婚約指輪をもらえばどんなに予告されてたって普通は舞い上がっちまって 頭は真っ白になっちまうぜ。
Oh my god, George must be feeling guilty.
気恥ずかしくて仕方なかったんだろうよ。
それでシャノンは当番でないはずのお屋敷へ行き、
Oh.
そこでゴーダさんの仕事を手伝い、事件に巻き込まれてしまった。
Oh.
あの日、あの場所で指輪なんか渡さなければ、シャノンは
Don't blame yourself.
事件に巻き込まれなかったんだ。
Oh my god, it even calls her by her new name.
兄貴、それだけは違うぜ。断じて違う。だからそれ以上泣くんじゃねえ。
Let him cry. This is agonizingly bad. I'm spent on my tears, so.
バトラ君、
New Eva's prize?
そっとしてあげなさい。
After Aunt Eva said that, I stopped talking to him. She sounded really nice right now. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed that relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Eva and sat down in the opposite sofa.
バトラ君は強いわね。もうだいぶしっかりしているように見えるわよ。
まあほら、愛の深さが傷の深さじゃないっすか。
Yeah,
俺
he's
は
not
別に
wrong.
あんなクソ親父どうしのうが知ったことじゃないし、
But maybe he's also in hard
キリ
denial.
エさんは気の毒ですが、まあ本当の親ってわけじゃないですしね。
Yeah, but if you still liked
あ
her?
ら、という割にはさっきすっごく大泣きしてたわよ。
See, he's in denial.
まあ育ての親に対する恩はあのくらい泣けば OK かと思いまして。
そのあたりの切り替えの速さやドライなあたりは本当にルドルフ譲りね。あの子は昔から激しく喜んだり悲しんだり怒ったりしたけれど、すぐにケロリと平静を取り戻したわ。
Huh, interesting.
そんなことはないっすよ。俺だってまだまだ心のショックから立ち直れちゃいません。
Yes, he's trying to
た
keep
だ俺が
himself
みんなと違
together.
うのは、それによってどういう感情が生み出されるかってことだと思います。
どういうこと？
I've been acting much calmer than George, Aniki, and Jessica. It wasn't because my sadness was any less intense or because I'd already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different
悲し
emotion.
いっていうよりは
This is new music too.
腹立たしいって気持ちなんすよ。どこのドイツがこんなことをしやがったのか。
Battler is in detective mode.
お見舞いしてやらないことには腹の虫が収まらねえんです。
That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself as I just sat there, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my
親父
knees.
たちが殺されて以降、この島は台風に包まれたままです。つまりこれだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎は
It's one of us, one of us.
そういうことになるわね。今も暗い森のどこかに身を潜めているのかしら。
I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kirie-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not the 19th person actually exists. I don't think so.
エヴァおばさん、
Aunt
この
Eva?
殺人、昨夜のベアトリーチェの手紙と何か関連があるんでしょうかね。
ああ、例の？さあ、どうかしらね。あの手紙はお父様が遺産問題に絡みたくて出した怪文書という見方で兄弟は一致したんだけれども、それと今朝の事件に関係があるかは今の段階では分かりかねるわね。
あの手紙、本当にベアトリーチェなんて魔女がマリアに渡したんすかね。
I wonder.
まさか全部お父様の仕組んだ茶番でしょ。シャノンちゃんあたりに肖像画のドレスを着させてマリアちゃんを騙したんでしょ。
The music is kinda eerie.
お父様らしい手の込みすぎたいたずらだと思うけど。
I don't think you know your dad well enough.
キリエさんとベアトリーチェは実在するんだろうかって話をしたんですけど、キリエさんも俺たち18人の中にベアトリーチェがいるだろうと言ってましたね。
That's partially what I think too.
そんなの当然じゃない。
But at the same time, if Beatrice is one of them, then it means that Beatrice is not
この島に
real.
は私たちしかいないのよ。なら私たちの中の誰かがベアトリーチェを語ったに決まってるじゃない。
この島には俺たち以外はいないですか。
当然でしょ。私たち以外の誰がここにいるっていうの？この島には私たちしかいない。18人しかいなら、ベアトリーチェを語るのも18人の中の誰かしかいないじゃない。
Kirie-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Aunt Eva hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same. Except if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words, one of us.
親父たちを殺した犯人も18人の中にいるってことになっちまうじゃないですか。つまり今この屋敷にいる誰かが殺したってことになる。
Exactly. Aunt Eva smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious from the very beginning.
犯人は倉庫の中に6人の遺体を運び込んだわ。
How?
でもよく倉庫の中に運び込めたわよね。
Maybe with like one of those trolleys where you like carry big bags of seeds and fertilizer?
あのシャッターは常に閉められていて施錠されていたそうよ。つまり倉庫内に運び込むにはシャッターの施錠を開ける必要があった。わかる？
たまたまその日シャッターが開けっぱなしになってた可能性は？
Nah.
使用人たちは常に閉めていると言ってたわ。つまり鍵を使用人室から持ち出さなくては倉庫は絶対に開けられない。
Exactly. It's someone who knew of the
使用
key.
人室の一つしかないんすかね。
源氏さんはそうだと言ってるわ。ということは犯人はそのたった一つの倉庫の鍵のありかを知っていて持ち出した。
Yeah.
さっきカノン君が使用人室に鍵を戻すところを見たわ。壁にびっしりと鍵がかけられていて、とても素人にはどこに何がかけてあるのかわからなかった。
Yes.
犯人はその中から倉庫の鍵を見事選び出したの。
Yeah, so it's someone who knew.
しかも札も何もついていない鍵を手にしてバラ庭園裏にある倉庫の鍵だと理解し、ついでに言うと倉庫の場所すら理解していた。
Oh boy, it was one of the servants in that case.
犯人は使用人室の内部にも熟知
Or
している。
just knew the inside of the servant room well. I wonder if she'll try to prod Nazi because she's like, oh, you work with the servants all the time, so surely you know. But I don't believe it was Nazi. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the location of the keys. The family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that...
ってことは使用人の誰かが。
I don't think it's necessarily one of the servants
悪いけど
themselves.
それ以上はおばさんも言えないわよ。でも一つだけ教えられることがあるわ。
なんすか？
You're gonna accuse Nazi, aren't you?
犯人たちは複数で、そして十分な武装をしていたと考えられるわ。
Okay, that's also an option that it's more than one
だってそうで
culprit.
しょ。食堂にいた兄さんたち4人を一度に襲って殺し、合計6人分の遺体をようようと。
Is it possible that it could also have been a murder suicide?
化粧と落書きを施している。
Like the culprit was one of the 6 dead people and then either pretended to be dead or they killed themselves later. But if that were the case, then it would mean our culprit isn't here anymore. So I believe one of the culprits is in fact still alive.
これだけのことを単独犯で行えるはずもないでしょう。
It made sense. It probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would take so incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people were involved.
ひゅーってことはエヴァおばさんは使用人の人たちがみんなグルだろって言ってんすか。
静かになさいな。憶測で言っちゃ悪いわよ。
Maybe they were working with Kinzo.
それにもし
Maybe?
本当にそうだったらどうするつもり？彼らは私たちを生かして返さないでしょうね。しかも兄さんたち4人をやすやすと殺した相手なのよ。
Oh, are you gonna accuse Genji?
今この部屋に残っていてまともに戦えそうな人間はうちの家族の3人にせいぜいバトラ君で4人ってところ、状況は昨晩と何も変わらない。つまり犯人にとって残る私たちを皆殺しにするなんて簡単なことなのよ。
I'd been playing detective with Aunt Eva, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. I'd been so sure that, just like one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back, which there is a lot. The culprit behind the crime on this island were far from helpless, and might even be able to massacre all the remaining people here. And on top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon, so they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very, very far by playing detective. To the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff since the playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to commit another mass murder.
あくまでも可能性の問題よ。でも私は使用人の人たちをまだ信用できないわね。
I trust Kumasawa with my
私は
life.
使用人だけを疑ってるわけじゃないわ。さらに黒幕がいるかもしれないと思ってるわよ。
黒幕？どうしてですか？
Well, considering we have magic circles, I think it's fair to suspect Kinzo or someone who's aware of Beatrice to either be working for the whole sacrifice thingy on the epitaph of the witch with the whole gouging eyes and kill and blah 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 on the twilights. But we also have the option of trying to use that as a distraction to divert attention to Kinzo or someone who is aware of the witch.
勘よ。使用人は書いて字のごとし。
I need to see the
誰
witch's
かに使用
epitaph
されて
to
手足となる存在。
maybe think of something.
殺されたのは後宮家の親族ばかり。なら、その結果で利害が発生する人間が関わるのは当然。
Yeah, gold, the money. This was also plain and clear. The Shinomiya family had been right in the middle of discussion about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, the crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Shinomiya family who was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Eva had probably read a few books in that genre herself. The only ones alive who could profit from that are Kinzo himself, the kids, Eva, Hideyoshi, and Natsu. Everybody else is dead, so who could it be? Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they use different reasoning to get there. Especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved.
だからなぜか気に入らねんすよね。
気に入らないって？何の話？
あ、いえいえ、こっちの話っす。
I tried to dodge her question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around like I'd learned from Kirie-san, this was exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some of the other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of the servants as the culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew we'd think that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No, that's completely impossible. God, sorry, I have to go to the toilet again. Alright, let's continue. So, sorry. When the police came and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out that murder, some of traces will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way and look at this murder game from the culprit's side, it's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things will make life any easier for the culprit. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I recently called Higurashi no Naku Koro ni. Oh! Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. So Battler reads Higurashi. Good taste. Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now, we don't know where grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. The culprit had absolutely nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such an obvious way and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. So at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses, they are meant more than the deaths themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except a malice directed towards all of us. Malice towards all of us. Is it? Who knows? I mean, brutally destroying faces of people probably is really malicious. Each one of these survivors had some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Krause's death brought Jessica to the grief of losing a family member. The death of Dad and Kirie-san brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rosa's death brought Maria sorrow. It didn't look like it. Gora-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants, and Shannon-chan's death brought grief both to George Aniki, who had proposed to her, and Kanon-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. Aunt Eva was sure that the servants were in cahoots, but then, how could you explain the deaths of Gora-san and Shannon-chan? Like, Kumasawa has said that Shannon isn't liked by quite a few of the servants, right? So if she wasn't there, it would have made sense if it was her or someone who wanted to protect her. like Shannon, right? Or someone else. But since Shannon is involved, and Gora-san too, I don't think it can be one of the servants. At any rate, by this judgment, the grief caused by the six deaths hit everyone but Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. Even Aunt Eva, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. Yeah, that's kinda true. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key. But if you look at it from a perspective of motive and would gain, Aunt Eva's name rises to the top of the list. Yeah, she has the top motive, more or less.
バトラ君が何を考えてるか
You think it's
おばさんわかるわよ。
わ嫌だな。
The music is tense. I am worried.
内緒にしててくださいよ。あんなことやこんなことで頭をいっぱいにしてたなんて。
私がこの殺人で一番得をする。
Oh, Eva can read you like a
どう
book.
せ疑われるだろうから、先に自己申告しておくわ。
I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work.
遺産は兄弟の数で分割する。でも今や4兄弟は私一人。
Yes.
後ろ宮家の全財産は全て私のものになるの。
秀吉おじさんが聞いたら予算か言えばシャレにならんっていうところっすね。
Yeah, he would be like, Eva, please no. Or maybe he planned this with her.
どう取り繕ったってどうせ疑われるだろうからふざけただけよ。
Yeah, just might as well
だから
own
この
it.
殺人は私の立場から見れば私を疑わせるためのものではないかと思ってるの。
That,
困ったこと
yeah,
ね。
she's not wrong.
ゆうべのアリバイは弱いわ。
There is way too many possibilities to consider here. I can't like pinpoint a culprit. I'm still, my gut feeling says Rudolph has a bigger relevance, and I don't know why I keep thinking Rudolph when it could have been just as much as Cross, but I don't know. I just think it's suspicious that he specifically mentioned dying.
聞かせてもらっ
Like
てもいいですか。
nobody else talked about dying except him. That's why I'm suspicious about him.
ゆうべのことを。
バトラ君たちも知っている通り、兄弟が遺産をどう食いちぎり合うかという話し合いは深夜まで続いたわ。でも何時まで続いたかは知らない。私と主人は朝が早かったからね。もう眠くて24時を過ぎたあたりで抜けさせてもらったの。そしてゲストハウスに戻って休んだわ。
それを秀吉おじさん以外の誰かに証明できるっすか。いやいや、別にエヴァおばさんを疑ってるわけじゃないっすよ。
Jesus, they are just stabbing each other.
あら、どうだか。証明になるかわからないけれど、ゲストハウスに戻ってきた時、源氏さんに出迎えを受けてタオルはいるかと聞かれたわ。だから私たちがゲストハウスに戻ってきた時間は24時過ぎだと証明してくれると思うわよ。
Wait a minute. The adults were meant to sleep all in the mansion that night. How come you two were the only ones to go to the guest house? Jesus Christ, my brain is
使
hurting.
用人たちもグルなのだとしたらこんなのアリバイにならないけどね。
確かにそうっすね。ってことは俺今真犯人と推理ごっこをしてるってことになるんすか。
でも私の名誉のために言わせてもらうけど、遺産目当てだったならこんな変な殺人はしないわよ。
Mm-hmm.
だって遺産相続権を喪失させるだけならどんな死に方だって構わない。
That's true.
むしろ事故死に見せかけた方がスマートでしょ。
Yeah, and toss them into the
使用人
sea.
たちを
That
抱き
could
込ん
be
で
a
周到に計
possibility.
画していたならなおさらそうするでしょうよ。
確かにそうっすね。営利で人を殺すならそれは常に殺人に見せるべきではない。
そういうことよ。だからおばさんは今からとてもブルーな気持ちなわけ。警察には黒幕扱いされて散々調べられるでしょうね。やだやだ。
Aunt Eva shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Eva as it was to suspect the servants. Yeah, it's very easy to suspect a lot of people right now. I'm personally not sure either. So if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her, suspicious as he is? However, as that sort of argument always works, their motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards knowing the culprit. That's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, cleverly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it just keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth, or are they confusing me? Aunt Eva didn't want to talk any more than that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George, Aniki, and the others gathered talking. It looked like they were talking about the magical circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. I see, since Maria was second only to grandfather in the knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant.
多分こんな感じだったと思うで。十字架をアレンジしたみたいなマークが書かれとったんや。そしてこんな感じで外周の円を取り囲むように妙な文字がびっしり書き込まれていて、十字架の上下左右の辺とその四隅にも何か書かれていたんや。
Hard to figure it out, TBH. It's hard. Alright. Okay.
アルファベットとかそういうのとちゃうで。あれはよく言う古代文字とかいうやつや。
あと円周部の頂点に小さなマークがありましたな。小さな丸を5つ十字状に並べ、それぞれを直線で結んだようなマークでした。
ああ、確かにそんなのも書いてあったで。図形的には間違いなくこれや。細かい文字はわからんが、配列はほぼ同じや。
Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. From what I heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see. This sure is unsettling.
こんなわけのわかんねえもんを書きたがるのはじいさまだけだろ。まったく、どこに行っちまったんだ。とっ捕まえて意味を聞き出してやりたいぜ。
Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit, but she seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Yoshinomiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think of grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right. The reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where had grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to?
こんな図形に何か心当たりはあるかい?
Mari's gonna say something. Mari looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic about because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand. As though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around their mother's corpse.
僕の第一印象ではどこか外国の十字章に似たデザインだなって思ったかな。
A German cross.
ああ。確かにこんなデザインや。ということはどこぞの国と何か関係があるんか？
Who knows?
その国の十字章はもともと聖地巡礼者を守るための騎士修道士たちの紋章だったそうですな。
Huh.
つまり この魔法陣には宗教的な意味があるってことかよ。ますますにちんぷんかんぷんだぜ。
When I looked over all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. No. No. Oh god, no. Maria? Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. I don't like this. It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. No. It was an expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. Maria, are you going L5? And she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh. Wait, what's that in her eyes? What's that? That's a silhouette. Okay, that eerie, jarring laugh was something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. Okay, so it's Battler. What the fuck? What the fuck? Fuck, that startled me! Maria, what the fuck? Don't startle me like that! Maria, have you gone L5? I don't like looking at this face at all. While everyone was busy being scared of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily by herself. I am scared of my wits right now. I won't sleep tonight. After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off. But the expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria. Oh, jeez. Maria, what's happening? What the hell is happening? I have... Maria, are you L5? Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing under the magic circle with a rustle, right next to one of Hideyoshi had drawn. What? What is that face, Maria? Are you the culprit? Or is Battler hallucinating? What's happening? Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew so well. I don't think so, but Maria didn't answer her in any way particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide. Oh my god. Maria? What? Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they've seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize that the two were the same. When Maria asked him whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again. Maria just flexing with her occult knowledge with a creepy expression and stuff. I respect the flexing, but not like this. Bruh. Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing. You know Hebrew? What the hell? Did you read the Bible? What? Oh shit! Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss of words. A little later, George Anakin returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak.
すごいね。驚いたよ。それで、この魔法陣にはどんな意味があるんだい？
太陽の力を借りる魔法陣だよ。黄金で描き、護符にして身につけたる者はいかなる牢獄であろうとも、束縛から逃れ、自由を得られる力を授けられる。
束縛から逃れ。
Is Maria gonna be the key to solving this mystery?
自由を得られる。
Even though she's acting a little bit weird.
意味深だぜ。
この束縛という意味は何も肉体的なものだけを指さないと解釈されている。 だから縛られて牢屋にいる人ばかりに意味があるわけじゃないよ。しがらみや逃れぬ運命など精神的な束縛からの解放も意味してるんだよ。
しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命、これまた意味深だな。
しかしさっぱりわからん。それとあの6人の遺体とどんな関係があるっちゅうんや。
Does it have something to do with the
どころ
epitaph?
か殺された上に倉庫に閉じ込められてたんやで。
別にその6人のために魔法陣が描かれてるわけじゃないね。
How would you know
魔
that?
法陣のために6人はそこにいるんでしょ。お気の毒だよ。
What's
どういう
happening?
意味だい？魔法陣のために6人がいるってのは一体。
Mario lifted up her pointer finger and waggled it as if she were making fun of us.
それは演習部に書いてるよ。
Oh, Jesus.
読めないかな。
Mario just transformed.
詩編第116編16節と17節。読んであげるよ。主は私の枷を解かれました。私はあなたに感謝の生贄を捧げ、主の皆を呼ぶでしょう。ね。
My God!
何を言ってるのかさっぱりだぜ。
生贄
I am stunned out of my mind.
ってのか。
If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that the sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magical circle to be effective. So human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been wrought. Well, if this was an offering to Beatrice, then it can only have been Kinzo or someone connected to him, right? Or someone that actually understands this shit. Oh god, my brain. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked, and the others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. This was starting to get incredibly disturbing. Yeah, well, and we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't get what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. I won't pick a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest as sacrifice for a clap like that? I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred when we were still disguised by that theory about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch, Beatrice, that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like this whole mansion, this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside of some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted, and the island was shut off by the typhoon, so we really could call this place another world cut off from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters and for human sacrifice to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or some shit? It's hopeless. It's hopeless. I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust to my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. Shocked into the darkness. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while I hadn't been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave me an exaggerated laugh and said this.
なあバトラ、どうして悪魔だのオカルトだのってのをわざわざこうして映画にすると思う？ねえからだよ。ねえからわざわざ見たくて作るんだよ。だから俺はオカルト映画なんてちゃんちゃらおかしくて笑っちまうってんだ。
Magic is real! Ah! It's okay. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh.
俺に言わせりゃ、悪魔やら妖怪やらより、今年度の収支報告や 機嫌を悪くした女房の方が1億倍も怖えってもんだぜ。さらに言うぜ、怖がるってのは心と生活にゆとりのある連中の娯楽的感情なのさ。
Was that part of Rudolph's narration? Never mind. Getting scared is a recreational emotion, something for people who got room to relax both in their hearts and their lifestyles.
暇で暇でしょうがない
That's
から。
a way to see it.
連中は変わった感情で心を遊ばせたくて、悪魔だの、オカルトだのって文化を作り出したんだよ。
Huh. Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taking in. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic, circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kirie-san.
チェスや将棋ってね、終盤
This
の
music
終
is
盤
interesting.
詰めの最後の段階に入れば入るほど最善手は限られてくるのよ。だから自分が追い詰めている、あるいは追い詰められているというその時、両者の手は限りなく読みやすくなるのよ。つまり完全に追い詰められて打つ手なしって思ったその時こそ最も読みやすい瞬間なのよ。でも、守勢に立った人間はどうしても考えが固くなって相手の手を読むことにまで考えが至らない。
That's galaxy brain, Kirie.
チェス盤をひっくり返すの。
Ooh. With all my strength, I slapped my face with both my hands. Now my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything, you're completely cornered just like I am now. Isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's schemes. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses in a storehouse, then was even kind enough to say, hey, here they are with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since they would probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim and had noticed the storage shed, the culprit goal would not have been achieved, would it? Hehe, if you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning they must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof! What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The effacement of the bodies had occurred after death, so it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. Ha! After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly. Who just stands to that tune. If you're told, please be scared, you can't just really say, yeah, really, sure thing. When someone tells the Great Lucian map after the entrance is right there, I'm the kind of guy who'll start wanting to sneak in through the window. You're so extra. The next thing that had me concerned was that so-called magic circle on the shore. As Mario had shown that her knowledge of the code rivaled her grandfather's, had recognized that magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been worth all that effort? If you were looking at for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect grandfather. Did they really want to make us think grandfather was involved? But if that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any solid old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between the genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with the knowledge of the occult. A message is a form of communication. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather might spot the magic circle on the shutter, but did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No, it was just a trap to make us suspect that Grandfather had participated. You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show? Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy the battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. How we sucked up by her occult game first? Will we be sucked up by the occult game first, or will we pull off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? That's optimistic, Battler. I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought. Some irritated, some acting depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the TV as if she'd never left it. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled, "Ooh, woo!" and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. Another one of these slideshows? I'm not feeling this. Please, I get the feeling one of these is going to die. Uh-oh. Oh no. We're going over everyone again. Right now, Al-Nazi is searching the mansion with the servants, right? Then we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. After all, it's possible Al-Nazi was behind this. No, she was sleeping. And we still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. Anyone could be guilty. Still, Al-Nazi and the rest sure are taking their time. Oh god, please don't be dead. Of course it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around checking the windows and doors? Just as I was thinking this, Al-Nazi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Al-Nazi in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Eva started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once. What? Gun? After all that... Oh my god, sorry. After all, that thing in Nazi's hand was a rifle. At a glance, it still looked like a lot like a hunting gun, but was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had weightiness to it that it made it clear that it was no kid's toy. Kinzo has a gun?
ご存知でしたか？そうです。お父様の古いコレクションの中にあったことを思い出し、探し出してきました。
Oh god.
すっげえ。夏日おばさん。それ本物なんすか？
Don't fuck with Nazi.
ええ、本物です。実弾を発砲できますよ。昔お父様は野鳥を追い払うのに使ったりしていました。
あら懐かしい。どこから出てきたんやら。私がいくら触らせてって言っても指一本触れさせてくれなかったやつよ。
じいさまこんなの持ってたんですか？
Jessica looks excited to touch that gun.
お父様は昔西部劇にどっぷり使ってたことがあってね。
Oh, so probably before Beatrice,
あの世代はこういうライフル銃が大好きなのよ。
結構年季の入った銃のようですね。
Oh, so you know the name.
でもこんな短い仕様のは初めて見ました。
ああ、思い出したわ、その銃。懐かしいな。昔好きやった映画のガンマンが派手にぶっ放しとったやつだわ。
Steve McQueen, Wanted Alive or Dead? I don't know this movie.
お父さんも渋いな。
親方様がだいぶ昔に。ご覧の通り実銃ですので、どうかこの件はご内密にお願いいたします。
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして、
I mean, don't tell anyone about it and you walk just straight up in the room and tell them.
いろいろとカッコつけて遊んでおられたもんですよ。
しかし物騒ね。そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら。
Yes.
万が一に備えてです。族はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。しかも主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい相手です。
Your husband sucked.
私には主人に代わって皆さんを明日まで守る義務がありますので。
As Natsuki-san said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. She had been trying to find grandfather as well as check the doors and windows. Since grandfather wasn't with her, she probably didn't know where he was. Well, dead,
屋敷内の戸
probably.
締まりは厳重に確認してきました。ですが万が一ということもあります。みんななるべくここに一緒にいた方がいいでしょう。
そうね。ここに全員が集まって相互監視をしている方が安心だわ。
それはどういう意味ですか、エヴァさん。
別に夏日姉さんの意見に賛成しただけよ。
Is this a time to be aggressive to each other? There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about who was the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Eva was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuki was innocent. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of the grandfather's complicated pranks and think of this crime as just an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsuki thought the criminal was on the outside, but Eva thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was a question of whether or not a 19th person existed. The same question has been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner with a letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So was the culprit among us? Or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist? Or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here who share a common bloodline is the culprit. If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? Yeah, that's bizarre. If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. Oh, this looks like a good place to stop for soon. Okay, let me just gauge how big the dialogue might be here. If it's short, I might finish reading this part. If not, I'll just decide to take it for next time. Lunch ended and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. The wind and the rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuki planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room. But when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。何か飲みます？
私は結構。カノンは？
僕も結構です。
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょう。参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in the chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two probably built up a great deal of fatigue. But that didn't mean they could let it show in front of their relatives, avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered,
Shannon, どうして あんなひどい死に方を。
Yeah, that was the same question.
死に方のことは忘れなさい。
Oh, I know the song.
運がなかっただけだ。
I think this is one of the few tracks of Umineko I've heard before I actually played it. I love this track. Oh, it's good.
そうですね。ただ運がなかっただけです。
Oh, this track is good. I'm gonna turn up the volume. This is a kind of exactly atmosphere music I like. Just so good. Ah!
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて未だに信じられませんよ。本当にかわいそうに。もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ。
Yeah, me too.
もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに。
Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so he had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted it even further.
どうしてベアトリーチェ様はシャノンを。
Oh, you name dropped
生贄が
Beatrice?
欲しかったなら他にも大勢いただろうに。
Kanon,
どうしてどうして。
you believe it was Beatrice?
ただ運が悪かっただけだ。少しの運がたがえばシャノンの代わりにあそこに横たわっていたのはあるいは他の誰かだったのかもしれない。すべては運命だ。
源氏様、奥様の部屋の扉に血のような跡がついていたとおっしゃっていましたね。シャッターに書かれていたのと同じもので。
うん、気味の悪い跡だった。まるで血のついた指でドアノブを引き抜こうとするかのような。
Huh, I wonder if it was someone trying to go in to kill Natsuhi, or if it was someone who was desperately trying to get her help.
扉をかき破ろうとしたのか。
The way he describes it, it sounds like someone wanted to get her help.
ベアトリーチェ様が奥様の部屋を訪れて、
or that.
そして扉を開こうとしたけれど開けなかった。
Oh, she had the charm. If it was Beatrice, then she had the charm. Genji thought back at the time he had seen traces of blood on the door of Natsuhi's room. With the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob and the marks of something scratching against the door, it had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't.
どうして奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。もし奥様が選ばれてたなら、シャノンは、
Wow.
シャノンは死ななくて済んだのに。
You wanted Natsuhi to be taken. Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around surprised. Oh shit, oh
面
fuck.
白そうな話じゃねえか。俺も混ぜてくれよ。
Before any of the servants realized it, Battler was standing in the doorway of the kitchen. Jesus Christ, Battler, don't scare me like that.
これは失礼いたしました。
Genji-san and Kanon-san stood up, surprised and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with the continuing of their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
今のは別に。
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。
Also, I've been snooping.
今さら隠すなよ。だから単刀直入に聞くさ。ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ。どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
What you gonna say, Kanon? Kanon converted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar off his shirt. Dude, chill.
昨べまでなら俺は無関係さ。だがな、今朝からは違う。親父たちを殺された時点で俺は立派な関係者だ。俺にもそのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
I glared into Kanukun's eye as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Kanun had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit.
バトラさん、手を離してやってくださいな。別にカノンさんは隠しているわけではないのです。
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
When I tried to further twist up his collar, Kenji-san cut between us and spoke. Yes! Good! In his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it.
お話しすることはできます。ただ、バトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれませんので。
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。
Oh, come on, he's 17.
内緒にされる方が気持ち悪いさ。
Let him be.
聞かせてくれよ。どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
Kenji-san and Kanun-kun looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk.
わかりました。何でもお聞きください。お話しします。
Oh god, I feel like I've accidentally stumbled in the wrong dialogue, but oh well, I'll pull it through now.
ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ。俺が知ってる限りではロケン島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。森に入ると危ないからってんで。まあ違うのか。
いえ、違いません。その通りです。ベアトリーチェ様はロッケン島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
バトラ様、にわかには信じられないでしょうが、ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、長いことおそばにお仕えした実在する方なのです。
はあ？よせやよせや。じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだってのか？
No. He believes it. I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kanun-kun laughed. Not even Kumasawa Bachan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered as she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully. Bitterly.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。つまりベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
She might as well.
はい。親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前からおそらく私よりも長くお仕えしているでしょ
う。なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。じい様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
Tell me where she is, so I'm gonna beat her up.
はい、いらっしゃっていると思います。
曖昧な言い方だな。ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
はい、大変申し上げがたいのですが、その
Kanun-kun once again drooped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。
I mean, if he tells you you can only see Beatrice via butterflies, you will lose your shit.
寸止めみたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
I urged him to unjokingly again. However, it looked like Kanun was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. And Kumasawa Bachan whispered.
お顔を見ようにも、ベアトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
お姿が？なんだって？
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。ですからベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸。
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵が、
I wonder if this is something similar like Oyashiro, like in Higurashi.
そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
ベアトリーチェ様は時折輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。 万一お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。
I see.
追えば不幸があると囁かれています。
Oh, did someone chase the butterfly then?
大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
おいおい、マジかよ。あんたら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
バトラ様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。そのようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。その存在を疑えば必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょう。
She might be like, I don't believe in Beatrice, and then she comes, grabs him by the neck, and was like, "How dare you?"
ですがね、ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
います。それを疑われることをベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
So all
わかり
servants
ませんか
believe it.
バトラ様、ベアトリーチェ様は今すでにここ。
おいおい、よせよ。俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。脅しっこなしにしろい。
However, there were no traces of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. The eyes were also sobering up fast.
バトラさん、お願いですから、ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。悪いことは申し上げません。
Masawa Bachan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face. Believe her! Believe the grandma!
いるって言われてもよ、俺には何も見えないぜ。今俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。
No.
冗談よせやい。
I mean, she might as well. Oh shit. Fuck! No! Fuck! No! Maria, don't scare me! Just then that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. I mean, is Maria Beatrice maybe? When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance, but her expression and the feeling about her presence, felt exactly the same as the servants.
波長の合う合わないは生まれつきだよ。バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだよ。だから見えない、会えない、話せない。ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
Oh well. Maria laughed like this was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand.
ベアトリーチェのことが知りたい？ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ？あれは本当なんだよ。ま、バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど。
Oh man, Maria's like, yeah, well, I don't have time to waste on you.
生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
Damn.
なんだよそれ。魔女？悪魔？そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
Oh? Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in a portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice, as though this was nothing more than less than truth.
聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
She's gonna punch the shit out of you, Butler.
ベアトリーチェにもらったって何度言えばわかるかな？わかんないよね。見えないんだもんね。信じられないもんね。
Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ、まだわかんない？ベアトリーチェ様がいるのが。
いるって？どこにさ？
だからベアトリーチェ様が ここにいるのか。
Is it you? No. That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servant's eyes had been pointed in quite the right direction. I figured they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji-san, Kanon-kun, Masawa-san, and Maria. Everyone except me was looking at the spot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course there wasn't anyone there. I've known that for the whole time. Everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし、話しかけられない。だからね、それがとても悲しいんだよ。だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。バトラは幸運だよ。昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。それを身につけていなかったら今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたかわかっ。本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
What if he just takes off the charm and is like, boof, tosses it on the ground and is like, go mess with me, Beatrice!
あれって安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが、ちとはご利益あったってことなのか？
Kinda, I guess.
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。幸運だったよ、バトラは。
Wait, who told her? Why do you know?
そうか。あれがなかったら俺は今頃殺されてたってのか。
なんでバトラはベアトリーチェを信じないの？
Because I don't believe in fiction.
今そこにほら。ね、信じる気になったでしょ？信じなよ。マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。
He's gonna be like, no,
あ
fuck
れがな
that.
ければバトラは今頃倉庫の中。代わりに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately that last second seemed to be too much for me to gloss over. Oh my god.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。ってことなら悪いが、全然ダメだ。
When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it would be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから俺黙ってたけどよ。
Oh my god, he's gonna absolutely destroy her.
お前にもらったお守りよ、俺ポケットに入れたつもりだったんだけどよ、どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし。
He's like, I tossed it in the trash.
俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じねえ。第6巻波長魔法のセンス悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。
Cool, he gets absolutely destroyed by Beatrice later.
霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。あんたらがいくらじい様に給料をもらってるか知らねえ。
He really thinks Kinzo is like
そう簡単には
them
い
to
か
be
ねえ
like
ってこと
Beatrice is
は
real.
よく肝に銘じておきやがるってんだ。
バトラ様。
カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。だが俺が信じるかどうかは常に俺が自分で決める。悪いがこの目で見るまでベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
Oh boy. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。もうじき蘇るんだよ、ベアトリーチェはね。 そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。
Oh boy.
現れるんだよ、もうじきね。
Oh jeez. Okay, so this looks like the perfect spot to stop for tonight. Okay, let's save. What? Let me open the menu. System. Save. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I just saw something. Wait. System. Kinzo is grayed out. Why is that? Disappeared from his study unnoticed. Kinzo's study has everything from a bed to a toilet to a bathroom. However, he does occasionally go out for a walk on a whim without telling anybody, and his disappearance invariably leads to a huge uproar throughout the house. He usually comes back as soon as he gets hungry. Usually. Oh, Kinzo is definitely dead. Either that or something is wrong. Yeah. I don't know what to make of most of this yet. But Kinzo disappearing is... This scanning specifically updated feels to me like a big red flag. In any case. System... Title block. Alright. Enough for today. We've already seen more than enough. I am gonna... I don't know if I'm actually gonna continue next week with Umineko. I didn't expect this episode to be this long. Next week I might do something else other than Umineko, but I think I'll finish this chapter within this month. Let's see. Well, I hope you had a good time in spite of the tomato and the murders and me crying snot. This was good. We're getting to the very exciting parts. So yeah, that'll be enough for tonight. I don't know when I'll be doing Umineko again. Either next week again or in 2 weeks in time. I hope I'll finish this chapter by this month because Jesus, it's long. But it's good. I'm really enjoying it so far. So yeah, maybe I'll do Umineko even for Halloween month. That would actually be a pretty good idea. But yeah, it's late. I should go to bed. I have work to do tomorrow. And I'll be seeing you guys next week. Bye!
Chat needs to do a quiz in about 10 minutes.